People please take their seats. The time is now 9:30, so the inquiry is resumed, and that's in relation to an appeal made by Mr A. Rowing, Barrett, David Wilson, Holmes, Mercia, under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, against the decision of Redditch Borough Council to refuse planning permission for what is described as residential development Class C3 with a vehicular access point onto Hither Green Lane, play areas, public open space, including footways and cycleways, sustainable urban drainage systems, and all other ancillary and enabling infrastructure at the address of land west of Hither Green Lane, Redditch. This is the second day of the inquiry. Please, can all mobile phones be turned off or on silence? For those that weren't in attendance yesterday, in relation to fire alarms, there are no non-planned. So if an alarm does go off, please exit out of the nearest designated fire exits that are marked. In the main hall, this is the doors out to the courtyard, and then follow this around to the right or back out to the main entrance you came in through. For the small hall, it is again through the fire exit door to the courtyard or the door you entered through. The assembly point is in the corner of the car park opposite the building, and a member of staff will be there to direct you. On the first day of the inquiry, yesterday on Tuesday, I made my opening remarks, and then the appellant and the council made their opening statements. I gave Chris Bloor MP, North Redditch Communities Alliance and Worcestershire Acute Hospitals NHS Trust and other interested parties the opportunity to make comments. Today, I will hear from the appellant's transport, golf and design witnesses, and also potentially the planning witness as well. There are a few housekeeping matters I want to raise before we start. Firstly, if it's not already happened, can electronic versions of the openings please be sent to my case officer from yesterday? Great, thank you. And just on the subject of the core documents, which obviously have been hosted on the council website, I notice there's a date on there when the website will be taken down. I think it's the 30th of January.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so after that date, none of the core documents won't be available?
The core documents will still be available on the public access page. The position for the inquiry is the council's public access page is down for some scheduled maintenance over the next couple of days to ensure full access to these documents throughout the inquiry. A dedicated web page has been created. It's just notifying the public that that dedicated page will be taken down, but all the information considered as part of the appeal will be on the public access page for the application.
That will include all the core documents?
It will include all the core documents as updated throughout the inquiry.
Okay. Yes. And the last thing I wanted to raise was the site visit. I'm obviously aware now there's a weather warning on Friday morning for wind. So I feel I do need to reschedule the site visit on that basis. My initial idea is to potentially have the site visit tomorrow morning on Thursday. In terms of the overall programme, it wouldn't make a difference in terms of the overall length. It would just be a case of moving items around. So if today we get through the golf design and transport witnesses, we'll come back to the planning witness in a minute, and then the site visit first thing tomorrow morning, and then potentially we do the planning witness afterwards. If the witness isn't heard today, alternatively there would be to carry on tomorrow with the planning witness and then do the site visit in the afternoon, on Thursday afternoon. Obviously the appellant's arranging the site visit, so I would appreciate your views on that, Mr. Banner.
I think we could be happy either way, whatever works best for you, sir. It might be sensible to play it by and then take a view later on today once we have a sense of the pace of our evidence and how much we get through today. But in principle, sir, we can make any option work for you. The one key point for us, which arises out of bringing Mr. Fairgrieve on first, Mr. Tucker's got to We've got to leave at 4:30, or we've got a flight at 4. So Mr. Tucker's got to leave at 4:30, the design witness.
Okay.
So again, I don't really have a sense of how long Mr. Fairgree is going to be in the stand, but
Okay.
if it's very long, then we may need to bring Mr. Tucker on before Mr. Smith. And
Absolutely,
decide
yeah,
before
yeah, of
golf.
course. That's,
But in terms of the site visit, I suggest it's a little bit open-ended how today will play out in terms of
course, yeah.
timescale, but
Yeah.
we'll go with the flow in terms of what works for you.
What I don't want to do, though, is leave Mrs. Ventham on the stand overnight.
No.
So I think either we start Mrs. Ventham and
Exactly.
finish today.
Correct.
Or alternatively, we do
Yes.
it all tomorrow. I don't want to do a
Yes,
kind of
no,
split.
understood.
So,
Time restriction on this room, isn't there?
There is. I mean, there's various. We may get to the end of Mrs. Ventham and just have conditions and closing, and if that could, that may tell in favour of coming here, doing that, and then doing the site visit. But there's so many permutations. I think it's probably sensible to take a view mid-afternoon.
what's the council's view on that? Any in terms of the time of the site visit?
In terms of the site visit, I am flexible and happy to work with whatever's agreed.
Okay. Well, the site visit will take place tomorrow on Thursday. Obviously, as I say, I'll take a view later today in terms of whether it will take place first thing tomorrow morning, or alternatively later in the day.
Yeah.
Council, have any other housekeeping matters it wants to raise?
Only a reminder that the venue, there's another meeting being held in the venue from 5:45. So, yeah.
Well, certainly my intention not to sit later than 5 o'clock. So, Mr. Banner, any housekeeping matters?
No further, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, so I did say yesterday that there was at least one local resident who couldn't get there yesterday. He has turned up today.
Right, okay.
I've spoken to Mr. Banner.
Right.
It won't take long, but I think it would make sense to have his statement.
Well, really interesting parties was yesterday. I will have, okay, well, I'll have that person to speak to that person now, so if they can. What is your name, sir?
My name is John Longley.
That's John
John
Longley. Okay, thank you.
I've been involved with the Abbey Golf Club in various roles over many years. I've been the club captain, I've been the seniors competitions organiser, the rules and procedures secretary, and from 2020 to 2023 I was the seniors team captain. Now that period is important as it was during that time that the application to build the houses and to change the golf course was made. So as seniors captain, I had the opportunity to speak to many club members about the proposed changes to the course. And whatever the applicant's council might have claimed yesterday about the desire to have a shorter course, and less challenging course as suiting golfers, I can tell you that not one of the members I have spoken to, and I spoke to many, have wanted to see that change. And here's the reason why. Unless you're a golfer, you may not understand this bit, but golfers, when they play at a course, they don't say they played at it, they have played it. The word at doesn't figure because they play against the course. They enjoy the challenge. When we stand on the first tee, we think we're Tiger Woods. Many of us will take out a driver and try and clout the ball down the fairway, when a more judicious choice of club might have been better. But we don't think that way. We want to succeed against adversity. We want to play against the best course. It's like Tamworth playing against Tottenham Hotspur. We want to play the top teams or the top courses or the best courses. We want to play on a championship standard course, not a reduced Mickey Mouse standard course as would happen if the changes were to be implemented. So I do refute the statement made by the applicant's counsel suggesting that golfers are in favour of a less challenging course. May I make one final point? I moved to Hither Green Lane in 1987. My recollection is that the golf course was part of a covenant that protected that land, making it suitable only for leisure use and not for building upon. And I do hope it retains that purpose, being used for leisure only. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Banner, do you have questions of the...
Just one question. So have you seen Mr. Mark Smith's evidence? There's a proof of evidence and appendices. Have you had a chance to read?
I haven't. It was sent to me yesterday, but I couldn't download it. Things didn't work, so I have not seen it. So.
Understood. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Banner, please call your first witness.
I will, thank you, sir. So my first witness, just get my computer all ready. So my first witness is Mr. Ben Fairgrieve, and you have from him a proof, a rebuttal, and a summary. So with your leave, I was going to take all of the written documentation as read and just ask Mr. Fairgrieve, in light of the evidence yesterday, to set out what he considers are his key points. We will need, for this purpose, the transport assessment, which is at core document B1, and we will need the NPPF, as well as possibly Mr. Bales's evidence. We might dip into some other documents, but they're the key ones. So I'll just let you take a moment to get that document up, and then I will introduce the witness. Excuse me. So you tell us about yourself, Mr. Fairgrieve, on page 3 of your main proof, where you say you're Ben Fairgrieve, a Director at Mode Transport Planning. You have a BA degree with honours in Geography from the University of Wales, Swansea, from 2003. You're a member of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, and you set out your experience over 18 years in the field on which you're giving evidence. You've been involved in since May 2021 as the Project Director in relation to transport assessment work for this particular development. And is all of the information you set out there correct and up to date?
It is indeed.
Thank you. So we'll deal firstly with the sustainable location issues raised by Norca, and then come on to whether the effect on the highway network is severe. And our entry point for the first question is the framework, paragraph 110, which tells us significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable, recognising that opportunities to maximise sustainable transport solutions will vary place to place. Do you have any overarching observations on the applicability of that provision in the context of this case?
Yes. It's key to me that the policy provides a degree of flexibility to address the circumstances of an individual site. But the thrust of that is that we should be seeking to...
Might need to put the microphone a little bit clearer if we...
Is that any better?
I've got an advantage because the microphone's right in my face.
Yeah, mine won't go any further. Yeah, that's... Is that any better?
Yes. So you were saying it has a degree of flexibility, and do continue.
Yes, that's correct. It has a degree of flexibility to address the individual circumstances of a location, but the thrust of it is ultimately seeking to achieve sustainability.
Thank you. Then if we take up the TA and go to section 3.7, which starts on, if you're on the PDF version, so it's page 22 of the PDF. And...
Sorry, Mr. Banner, just to interrupt, actually, I've lost connection with the council website.
oh dear.
Is there a paper version of the document to hand?
There is.
Oh, thank you.
Somewhere in that mountain of folders.
They should all be labelled.
reference number again?
B1, B for Bravo 1.
Okay, thank you.
And so what I'll suggest we do, Mr Fairgrieve, is just go through each sustainable mode, outlining where the inspector can see the key analysis in the TA. Before we do, anything you want to say by way of overview on the site generally and its situation compared to Redditch and the various sustainable transport opportunities available?
Yes, the site is situated in an edge of town location, albeit there is residential development surrounding it and hence other trip generators and attractors in the locality, but the site is within the defined Redditch urban area.
So, dealing then with walking, that's the opportunities for accessing various facilities and destinations on foot are set out in section 3.7 of the TA. What are the key things you'd like to draw to the inspector's attention in terms of accessibility on foot?
So, most of the surrounding highway network benefits from existing footways, the exception to that being Dangle End Road on the site's northern boundary, where the footway provision is limited. There is an improvement to this being put forward as part of the Prop Hill East scheme within the vicinity of the traffic signal controlled junction. Heading in the opposite direction to the south of the site, there is a publicly accessible path providing a connection through from Hither Green Lane through the golf course towards the A441. The existing footways along the A441 Birmingham Road are in good condition, are covered by street lighting. There are further public rights of way within the area surrounding the site. And accordingly, I consider that there are opportunities for people to walk to and from this site.
And we will see if we go forward to section 3.9 of the TA. I was going to say PDF 29, but uncharacteristically, I'm the only one using the electronic version. I normally like to use papers. So, section 3.9, you set out there the Institute of Highways and Transportation's guidelines in relation to walking distances, and then you set out on the next page some of the local services facilities and the walk time. You heard the evidence yesterday about the guidance, and it was suggested by Mr Bales that consideration should also be given to the 2015 CIHT guidelines. What do you have to say about the 2015 guidelines and the relevance of the 2000 ones that you set out in the TA?
I think the 2015 CIHT guidelines also make the distinction that for journeys of 1 to 2 miles length, 26% are currently made on foot based on the National Travel Survey 2012. I've also reviewed the latest National Travel Survey 2023, which indicate that 36% of those trips between 1 and 2 miles length are made on foot. So on that basis, I conclude that people can and will walk in excess of the distances cited in this in the CIHT guidance in 2000.
Thank you. And in terms of the list of facilities at table 3.2, it was said yesterday that this list was actually incomplete. There are other destinations such as the Abbey Hotel, for example. Having the familiarity that you do have with the appeal site and surroundings, what prospect is there, for example, for leisure trips that people may travel on foot rather than by car?
I think that absolutely people from the site could travel to the Abbey Hotel for leisure trips. The hotel has a gymnasium that non-guests are able to join and use. There's a bar and restaurant, clubhouse, a spa. There's also the Meadow Farm pub on the corner of the Dangle End Road, Birmingham Road junction, both of which are, in my view, well within reasonable walking distances of the site.
Thank you. Before we move on to cycling, is there anything else you'd like to say beyond what's set out in writing about the opportunities on foot?
Yes, just to pick up on the point as well, that manual for streets is also clear that walking has the potential for supplementing for journeys below 2 kilometres in length. I appreciate that their guidance does state that walkable neighbourhoods should have a range of facilities within 800 metres, but that doesn't necessarily preclude walking trips over and above that distance. And I think, as evidenced in relation to the CIHT 2015 guidance, people can and will walk further.
Any concerns about the safety for pedestrians of the various journeys that that you envisage may be taken on foot?
Nothing has been raised in consultation with Worcestershire County Council. I think in the context of the existing situation, there are improvements that we can make to enhance that safety, but we'll come on to that, no doubt, shortly.
Yes. Let's talk about cycling next. And the existing network of cycle routes is shown in the T8 figure 3.5.
Correct.
Just above paragraph 3.711. And you have the figure there of the existing cycle routes, and then on the next page you have the extent of the 20-minute cycling isochrone. In light of those two images, what observations do you have about the range of services and facilities and destinations accessible by bike, and whether there's a genuine opportunity and choice to local residents to use that?
I believe there to be a significant range of facilities and amenities within reasonable cycling distances of the site. That, coupled with the existing Redditch cycle route network being extensive, crisscrossing the town, leads me to believe that cycling can be a genuine modal choice for many journey purposes.
So I'm not going to continue with my evidence to Chief for so long as the muttering and laughing and heckling of my witness carries on. It's completely inappropriate.
Okay, well, yeah, as Mr. Banner said, please, whilst witnesses give evidence, please be silent. And there will be opportunities for interested parties to ask questions of the witness later if they wish, as questions. But please give the witnesses that respect in the same way the interested parties were yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hargreave, then in relation to opportunities by bike, a point was made in the Norca evidence about the number of cycle spaces, parking spaces. I've forgotten the word now, the rack at the station. It wasn't suggested they were oversubscribed, but it was indicated how many they were. Have you been to the station and got a sense of whether the cycle parking there is bursting at the seams, or whether there's enough headroom capacity for residents from the development to park their bikes there if they do desire to do a linked trip to a train into wherever it may be?
Yes, I have. At the time of my visit, there was a single cycle and a single moped in the cycle parking. There was ample spare capacity should there be an uplift in the number of users.
We'll come on to where the linked trips by train may go to later on. Buses, we've heard an awful lot about bus services, both as they currently are and as they would be if the appeal is allowed. What are your key observations in relation to bus services, and again the range of genuine opportunities that would be available to those who may be inclined to use the bus?
The existing situation is reflective of the location of the site. There are existing bus stops on the A441 opposite and adjacent to Abbey Stadium. They serve the 182 outbound, 6 per day, and the 183 inbound, 5 per day. Those services route to the station and town centre, and also to Alvechurch, Barnt Green and Longridge.
Just tell me, in terms of those destinations, What sort of things go on in, for example, Longbridge? Are there any significant employers in Longbridge, for example?
Yes, there are. There are significant employers in Longbridge. In fact, a significant proportion of the centre of Longbridge has been redeveloped in recent years to rejuvenate it. Yeah, there are definitely employment opportunities there. Offices, a large Marks and Spencers, amongst other things.
Thank you. Then we'll come back to how the bus service might be improved in a moment. But rail, so there's opportunities to cycle to the station. There are buses that go to the station. When you're at the railway station, where can you go to? What sort of destinations can you go to by train?
So there is a 30-minute frequency service that operates heading north from Redditch. Using that service, you can access the centre of Birmingham, Birmingham New Street, in around 40 minutes. University Station, which will access the University of Birmingham, the QE Hospital, in around 35 minutes. Bourneville, home of Cadbury's Chocolate, major employer, within around 30 minutes. And Longbridge, again, within around 20 minutes.
So if I give us a list of potential people who might live in the destination, you can tell me whether there's a genuine choice of sustainable transport modes for them. A university lecturer at Birmingham University, could they get to work by sustainable transport means?
Yes.
A doctor at the QE Hospital, where I was born, incidentally, but doctor.
Yes.
Somebody who worked at Cadbury's at Bourneville.
Yes.
Somebody who worked at St Modwyn in Longbridge.
Yes.
Somebody who worked at the M&S retail outlet at Longbridge.
Yes.
Somebody who worked at the Alexandra Hospital in Redditch.
No.
No. Doesn't the bus stop there?
The bus routes, not the existing bus, the bus service that we talk about does route near, but you would have to make a connecting walking journey.
Would it be within the range of the 5-kilometre cycle train for somebody to get to the Alexandra Hospital?
Yes.
Yes. So if they were minded to cycle, then that would be something they could travel to.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Then, if we look then at the improvements to the bus network, you've heard various commentary on the improvements and the extent to which that they'll either be meaningful or potentially undermine the bus network or be viable, etc. What do you have to say about, perhaps you can just talk us through what actually is going to be done to the bus network by way of improvements and diversions, and why is it in your judgment that they'll be successful?
So the improvements to the bus service to serve the site have been discussed at length with Worcestershire County Council. They have also consulted with Diamond Bus, the operator in question. The proposal is to divert the existing 62 service to be rebadged as the 63 service into the site to serve the wider area. There is a Section 106 obligation of £439,576.80 to be paid in full prior to the occupation of the first dwelling in order to secure that. That improvement provides potential for residents of the site to access alternative locations to the existing bus stops on the A441, and therefore, in my view, enhances the level of sustainable access of the site. It is also worth noting that that bus service operates at a level of frequency in excess of that available in the immediate surrounding area, and therefore is potentially of benefit to other residents outside of the site. Furthermore, there is a community transport obligation of £22,037. Apologies. That is also to be paid in full prior to the occupation of the first dwelling. That is intended to enhance community transport, that sort of transport that may be used by people who wouldn't normally be able to use standardised public transport. And in addition to that, there is also an obligation of £644,000 to be paid prior to 50% occupation of the first dwellings and then 50% prior to the occupation of the 100th dwelling to provide school transport to allow children to be taken to and from school by sustainable means. It is also worth noting that the bus service, the 6263, is to be diverted and brought into the site. Therefore, I know we were talking yesterday about the distance between the site and the stops on the A441 not being within the ideal level you'd expect it to be. We now have an enhanced level of accessibility for residents on the site, and there is a further obligation for bus stop infrastructure of £10,000 to be paid prior to development commencement. We have a total public transport obligation of circa 1.1 million, a significant sum of which is going to be forward loaded. On that basis, in my view, we can only, absolutely, we have offered people a genuine choice of transport with regards to public transport.
Some points were made about the walking and cycling routes, whether they would be lit, etc. Again, just you talked about the existing walking and cycle provision. Just provide a little bit more detail on what's proposed in terms of improvements and how attractive the improved route will be.
Yes. So,
excuse me.
In addition to the public transport obligations, there are also works identified to provide an enhanced footway link on Dangle End Road. The intention being that this will link the footway provided as part of the Brockhill East mitigation scheme to the site, so therefore there is a continuous route along that frontage. The second improvement is to the River Arrow route at the southern end of the site, so the River Arrow route linking the site and the A441 Birmingham Road. At the moment, it is a path that is lit. The proposal is to widen that to 3 metres to allow for pedestrian and cycle use. And importantly, the condition does state that that route will be lit. Furthermore, at the point of joining the A441 Birmingham Road, there is a further obligation to extend the existing footway on the eastern side of the road from 2 metres to 3 metres width. That will continue the full length of the road down to the Abbey Stadium, where it will join the existing Redditch cycle route network as shown in figure 3.5 of my TA. The specific route it will join is local route 17, which then in turn joins with NCN route 5, NCN route 545, if my eyes are reading that correctly. Sorry, it's quite small print. And further routes thereafter. So on that basis, I conclude that we have addressed the requirement for people to walk and cycle. We have joined the dots, joined the, I suppose you could call them missing links. We've linked everything up to the existing network, and on that basis, I consider that we have provided genuine modal choice.
Okay, next ask about electric vehicles before we turn to travel planning. Are journeys by electric vehicle to be regarded by policy as sustainable or not sustainable?
They are to be regarded as sustainable. If I just refer back 1 moment. So the MPPF, at Annex 2, Glossary Definition of Sustainable Transport, identifies sustainable transport modes as including walking, cycling, low and zero emission vehicles, car sharing and public transport. So on that basis, I conclude, yes, they are sustainable transport.
And what's your judgment as the relevance of that in the context of the trip generation from the appeal site? Will the entirety of the vehicular traffic generated by the appeal site be non-sustainable?
No.
And what measures are being taken to encourage the use of the electric vehicle at the appeal site?
Electric vehicle charging will be delivered at a ratio of 1 charging point per dwelling. So every dwelling will have access to an electric vehicle charger. As the UK transitions to electric vehicles, that process is made easier.
And then pulling all of this together then in the context of the opportunities you've described in relation to people travelling on foot, by bike, by bus, by rail, a combination of those, and indeed by electric vehicle. What role does travel planning have in encouraging people to uptake one or more of those opportunities?
I think the key word is the encouragement. What we've listed so far is a series of physical measures. The travel plan is very much the encouragement monitoring piece behind the uptake of those measures. It's making sure that residents are aware of the opportunities available to them so that they can make informed choices. It's encouraging them to use it. We have identified a travel plan with a range of measures that has been accepted by the County Council, and on that basis, I think combined with the infrastructure package, we have a reasonable prospect of people having a genuine modal choice for a variety of journey purposes and to a variety of locations.
Thank you. Is there anything more you wanted to say on sustainability before we turn to whether the effect of the adjournment will be severe on the local highway network?
I think the one point is that despite all of the interventions that we have just talked about, we have made no adjustments to our traffic forecasting to account for the uptake of those measures.
So in reality, will the traffic generated by the development be the same as the forecasts, higher or lower in reality?
It could be lower.
Okay, let's move on to highway capacity. Again, perhaps if you've got the framework to hand, we remind ourselves of what it says at paragraph 116. The question being whether the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable scenarios. You set out in your proof, let's get that perhaps up. I think the documents themselves, the decisions are in the core docs, but the quotes are set out at page 22 of your proof. The two appeal decisions, which are both fairly recent, one in Yarm in the northeast of England and the other Ashford in Kent, both of which rejected the proposition that a 3-minute additional delay would be severe. Do you have any observations on the findings of the inspectors in those cases?
I think they set a precedent for the context of what we're looking at here. 3 minutes is, I think, an interchangeable metric. 3 minutes. I think somebody discussed yesterday. 3 minutes there is the same as 3 minutes here.
If one took the approach of Mr. Bales, which was that when you have a junction which is at theoretical capacity, that you add one more vehicle, the effect is severe. What would that mean for the ability of the government's ambition to deliver 300,000 homes a year through the planning system? 350,000, in fact.
I think it would make it very difficult.
And why is that? How common is it for junctions to be at capacity in areas which are otherwise candidates for growth?
Quite common from my experience.
Thank you. Then just explain to us how you have taken into account the various traffic flow data, 2018, 2022, 2024. It's set out in your evidence, but in a nutshell, have you had regard to one at the exclusion of the other, or have you had regard to all three in the round? How have you processed that information?
I think I've presented a range of scenarios, so that various data provides a range of relevance upon which to take a judgment.
And is that consistent with the framework saying you should take into account all reasonable future scenarios as opposed to look blinker-eyed on one?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Your approach to committed developments, the methodology projects ahead to 2030, doesn't it, having regard to
Correct.
committed developments. You say in your evidence that actually you've been rather conservative and there may be some double counting of committed developments. Can you just explain why that is?
Yes, that's correct. So ultimately, to arrive at our 2030 forecast year, we have assigned background traffic growth derived using Tempro, and we've also manually added various committed developments to the network.
I think the microphone's dropped. So it's not just the voice, it's the microphone, actually.
Is that any better?
Is it worth getting someone to come in from the councils?
Is that any better?
Yes, much better. Much better. Just rewind that, Mr. Fairgrave, if you don't mind, and just start again.
Okay. So to arrive at our 2030 forecast position, we have taken background traffic growth forecasts from Tempro, and we've also manually added various committed developments to the network. It is not unreasonable to adjust the Tempro forecasts to account for growth in an area. We haven't done that, so there is potential for trips accounted for by growth in Tempro also being counted by the manual assignment of committed developments. It is a robust way of dealing with things, but it is the way we have agreed to do this with the County Council.
Thank you. Then I think we can skip ahead through some of the inputs because they're set out in your evidence, but we had a discussion yesterday with Mr. Bales about stage sequencing 1, 2 and 3. Do you recall you set that out in your rebuttal, actually? There's a pithy statement of what these stages mean in section 4.5.5 on page 20. And do you recall I debated with Mr. Bales how he'd judged the acceptability of the development, whether it would be a surveyor or not, by reference exclusively to staging sequence 3, which is when the pedestrian crossing over the junction arm is called every single cycle. You say it's highly unlikely. He said in response, well, it may be highly unlikely now that you have somebody pressing the button every single time, but by 2030, things might change. What do you have to say about that?
I think referring back to the evidence notes, so it's called document I2, the design modelling update. It was concluded that it's highly unlikely the crossing will be called every cycle in a with Brockhill East development scenario. So on that basis, I'm content that my view remains the same.
So the highly unlikely judgment was reached taking into account the 2030 position?
Yes.
Thank you. In light of that, if one's taking into account reasonable scenarios, the purposes of MPPF paragraph 116, which of those 3 scenarios is the more reasonable?
I would suggest it is either stage sequence 1 or 2.
And then where does that leave us? Can you, if we're looking at 1 and 2 firstly, and then even if we're looking at 3, what are the range of timings for additional delays in the model scenario?
So I think we discussed this yesterday. I think Mr. Bales did include this in his own proof. The range of delay using 2018 data falls some way short of the 3-minute metric. Using my 2022 data, again, we are some way short of that 3-minute metric. Using the 2024 data that I've also presented, we are some way short of that 3-minute metric. So into being considered, we do not breach that particular metric.
So how, in light of that, how robust is the assessment? How much, if you like, margin of error is there? Is the slap bang against the margins of acceptability, or is there a lot of headroom?
I think to be fair, the analysis is robust. As I've stated, there is the potential for double counting. We haven't taken account of any of the sustainable travel interventions, and I should also point out that the various committing developments will also have these obligations, and again, we haven't adjusted their forecasts to account for that. There is also the point about mover at the junction. Now, I know the mover is already there. Mover will be there in the future, but we can't model mover in Linsig, and it is well accepted and detailed in my evidence that mover can provide an enhanced level of operation that we cannot replicate in the modelling software. So on that basis, in my view, we have assessed this a number of ways, all of them robustly. And there are a number of strands here that the actual result could be better than we've reported, albeit I don't think the result, as we reported it, breaches a severe metric in any eventuality.
And then, approaching the end of the questions now, but it was suggested by Mr. Bales that had you gone out and observed the junctions more, you would have seen actually there were far more considerable queues than the TA picks up in the existing situation. Do you have any comments on that?
Yes, I do. What's very important here is that the analysis that I have completed is contingent upon the mitigation scheme that is being put forward by the Brock Hill East development is delivered. Therefore, to talk about calibrating to queues observed under a different arrangement in relation to that scheme is incorrect. You shouldn't do that. What is of note is that Mr. Bales does describe queue lengths regularly stretching back more than 500 metres on the A441 under the existing arrangement. The modelling I've presented in my proof and in my rebuttal, we don't get to that level of queuing. And that is in a situation where we have the cumulative of ourselves, Rock Hill East, Fox Lydiate, Webb Heath, background traffic growth, no sustainable transport interventions taken account of, no mover. We don't get to a position where we are worse than what is being reported as happening now. And on that basis, that galvanises my view that we do not have a severe impact.
Thank you. Mr. Fairgrieve, you could probably talk for the rest of the day on transport aspect of this site because you've done so much work on it, but is there anything, and please do take a moment to reflect, that you feel that you would like to get across to the inspector, or are you content that it stands to evidence?
There is one more point. I've talked about my analysis being contingent upon a mitigation scheme being delivered. There is a condition put forward for this site that we cannot occupy until that scheme is in place. So on that basis, I think that is probably appropriate, and it also means that we cannot exacerbate the existing situation within the short term.
Thank you, Mr. Fairgrieve. Thank you very much, sir. That's the evidence in chief.
Thank you. Do any interested parties have questions of the witness? Mr. Bale?
So can I just get some points of clarification rather than questioning there, sir? First off, thank you for bringing the Mr. Fairgrieve's evidence in chief forward. I've never been switched on. Is that better?
Yeah, just if you just tap it, then we should know. On the actual head itself.
Okay. All right, that's better. Thank you. So thank you for allowing me the chance to ask some questions, and I'm sure probably some of the public might wish to ask a few more. Mine's on the technical side, as you know. Can I take you, Mr. Fairgrieve, to section 6.4 of the CIHT 2015 document, which you just referred to in your evidence in chief?
Are you referring to a paragraph in Mr. Fairgrieve's evidence?
It's within the CIHT document he's just referred to. Planning for Walking 2015. It's a core document, and Mr Fairgreaves has just been talking about it.
Okay. I don't have a copy.
I'm not sure it was a core. I
I'm
think
not
that
sure
was
it
the
is a
point,
core, I'm not
actually,
sure it is a
because
core
that's-
document.
yes.
This is one of the discussions we had yesterday.
Exactly.
It's if you're referring to what's in Mr Fairgreaves' proof in terms of like a quote from that document, that's obviously fine.
Yep.
But that
Okay,
document,
sir.
that document's not before.
Within that document, it does say talk about walking neighbourhoods, and the walking neighbourhoods talk about having a range of facilities within 10 minutes walking distance, which is 800 metres. However, the propensity to walk or cycle is not only influenced by the distance, but by also the quality and experience people will be willing to walk to those surrounding areas which are safe. So it's talking about having a range of facilities within the 800 metre walking distance, which is walking neighbourhoods. Also, it goes on to say that 300 metres is the likely walking hood, or 400 metres to go to bus stops. So do you accept that that is a walking, a neighbourhood walking distance? If you've got a neighbourhood and you're walking within it, then 800 metres to local services is right. So beyond that, the propensity to be attracted there is diminished greatly.
I would not suggest that beyond 800 metres it's diminished greatly. I think the same document also makes reference to the National Travel Survey, which identifies a significant proportion of people will walk between 1 and 2 miles. So 800, I think, is ideal, but it doesn't mean at 800 metres people stop and go home. They can go further. They will go further. There's plenty of evidence to make that point.
So what it's saying is walking neighbourhoods are typically characterised by having a range of facilities. So this isn't therefore a walking neighbourhood, because you're going beyond the 800 metres and the 300 metres for buses.
But it does have a range of facilities.
They are very limited. And would you agree with the fact is they're very limited? Within 800 metres is only Marks and Spencer's outlet at the garage.
No. There's also the hotel, the spa, the gym, the restaurant, the pub, the second pub.
Which you never talked about in your evidence. Within your transport assessment, that was never ever mentioned within it.
Doesn't mean they're not there.
Okay. Just a second, I've only got a couple of questions. So. The second one is, what are the bus services serving the A441 on the Birmingham Road?
You have the 182 and the 183.
And how many
So
buses?
school service.
And how many buses a day are there?
6 per day on the 182, 5 per day on the 183.
And do they operate at weekends?
No, they don't.
Thank you. Regarding, you talked about the uptake of sustainable measures. Have you undertaken any work to evidence that uptake and what it could be?
We've not specifically looked at how many people could travel to X by Y, but what we have done is presented a range of measures that will get you to a range of places, and then conversely taken no benefit from that in the traffic forecasts.
Thank you. And a penultimate question is, you go on within your proof of evidence about the 3-minute metric regarding severity. Could I ask where that is set down in any guidelines?
I think the issue is that the metric severity isn't defined in any guidelines, so I've had to look at previous examples of the situation we find ourselves in today.
Are there any other examples where it's under, any appeals gone forward with and it's under 3 minutes?
Not that I've been made aware of.
Thank you. And have you been out to check the queue lengths down the A441, bearing in mind that the Brockhill East development was a nil detriment effect on the network? So the queues there now are what's likely to be there once that development is in place. with the added additional traffic from Brock Hill. So have you been along there and had a look at the queues down there as they are at the moment?
I have made observations. You've also made observations, which I don't necessarily dispute.
Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do any other interested parties have questions of the Highways witness? Sir, I'll start with you first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you're using
I can, but others may not be able to.
You make reference to extending the width of the path to allow for cyclists. I use that path twice a day walking my dog. And yes, it can be extended to 3 metres in some parts, but not all parts. As I think you may know, today it is within a metre of the river. So I'm assuming in the plans that you're putting forward, the 3 metres would be extended away from the river. I mean, that's logic, isn't it? But there are parts of that path which you cannot extend, and there will be pinch points, which cyclists using that together with pedestrians, and doesn't matter how good the quality of the lighting would be, it may cause some issues. The main point I'd like to make is you also mentioned that the...
Sorry, is there a question?
Yeah, I'm just
Is there a
asking
question?
for confirmation on that.
Okay.
The other point, which is a question, you mentioned the A441, that the footpaths would be also extended to 3 metres. Did I hear correctly? You are aware that the river runs under a bridge, that at the moment the road is a single carriageway road with 1 footpath, which is about a metre, metre and a half wide. How is that going to be extended unless the bridge is removed and rebuilt?
I think you're referring to the section to the north of the bridge.
I'm referring to the bridge. And you said that there would be a 3-metre path from the proposed development to the Abbey Stadium.
Correct.
Which means that you have to cross the bridge. Now, you cannot extend that footpath on a single carriageway without moving the bridge, unless you're going to restrict the flow of traffic to a single carriageway in one direction.
Well, the footway is widened. There is some loss of carriageway width over a short distance. This is all illustrated on the drawings included in my proof of evidence, and we have been through this proposal at length with the County Council Highways, who have accepted it.
I fail to see how you're going to actually restrict the flow of traffic. It is barely a single carriageway now. Now, I appreciate you've got drawings, and I appreciate the Highways Department will have approved that. But perhaps they don't have the intimate knowledge of the area that some of us do. Perhaps on the site visit, that is something that you'd care to look at.
Is that Bordesley Bridge you're talking about? That's how it's annotated on the plans I've got. Okay.
You also mentioned the amenities, the local amenities. And yes, there is a Marks and Spencer's food shop. There is, of course, the Abbey Hotel. Both of those establishments are what I would call reasonably premium priced operations. Now, there are 66 houses that are affordable within that. Do you see that maybe residents of those would look for gym subscriptions or choose to shop at Marks and Spencer's regularly and frequently?
I don't think I'm necessarily qualified to provide evidence on the spending habits of
No,
the
but you're
demographic
saying
affordable market housing.
but you're saying that they're within walking distance, which of course they are. Nobody's objecting to that. But I'm thinking I would use the SBW answer to that. Is so what? They will not be used. I doubt whether there are that many people would actually choose to use the Marks and Spencer's or the hotel spa amenities. But that's just my opinion.
Or so, I mean, it's a, what, is there a question?
I'm just asking the question that, well, the question was, in the figures that you're putting forward, what factors have been taken into account for when determining the local amenities and their usage?
Can that be explained? Just what factors you've taken into account?
Well, the
when you've
factors are whether the amenity is there or...
in terms of how you've identified the amenities and so forth, yeah.
Yeah, so the amenity is there or not is the factor. We don't typically take account of the demographic of the development and whether people may or may not wish to spend X amount on a pint of milk or gym membership or whatever else. That's really not something I'm qualified to do.
Okay, thank you.
Madam?
Very much for your summary of the improvement to the various forms of sustainable transport and the routes that they go to. In your review of that, did you assess the time taken for journeys when it requires more than one modal form of transport, such as the walk to the bus stop, the times of the buses and the connectivity with the train times, bearing in mind the trains from Redditch go every half an hour? So if I was a surgeon at Queen Elizabeth Hospital, living on this new development, how long would it take for the full journey if I decided to use the bus to Redditch and then wait for a train to Birmingham? Did you assess the connected time of multimodal transport?
There is no detailed assessment of that, but what I will say is that if I were a surgeon at the hospital, using your example, I could drive my car to the station, park my car, get on the train, complete the majority of my journey sustainably. Conversely, I could also jump on my bike and do the same journey. I do appreciate that the existing bus service is not as frequent as the rail service, and some forward planning would be required in order to make that work. But there are alternative ways of doing it, and that's the point. We have a range of ways that people could use these modes.
So am I correct in saying that you didn't make any assessment of journey times when there was multi-modes of transport, because people can be put off by the end-to-end time when they have to travel that way? So you made, am I correct, you made no formal assessment of the times that it would take to make those journeys?
No formal assessment is detailed for that specific journey in our TA, and nor has anyone ever asked us to do so. What I will say is you highlighted specifically buses. To cycle to the station is about 12 minutes. To get to the hospital, I think I said, was about 35 minutes. I appreciate there might be some waiting time depending on how
So that's a no then to the question. The answer is yes or no, and you haven't done a wider assessment of multimodal points of transport?
No.
Okay, thank you. In terms of cycle provision at Redditch Station, you commented that there was a cycle and a moped there. How many spaces are there in Redditch Station for cycles?
The website states 18. I think it's possibly a little bit more than that. 18.
And it is your view that if that is sufficient for when people take up that option from the new development, 18 from a 214 housing development, perhaps with children per development, 600 people, 18 is sufficient? Is that your view?
Well, you don't actually have to leave your bike at the station. You can take your bike with you on your journey as well. What I will say is that you have effectively cycle parking that nobody is largely not being used at the moment.
You can take your bike with you on the train, yes, and then is there room for it to the other side? But so I'm asking you whether you feel that 18 spaces for bikes will be sufficient when people uptake the improved forms of transport.
That's...
A yes or no will be sufficient?
Yes.
You think it will be? Okay.
It depends how many.
Yes, okay, that's my questions.
thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. I also have a number of questions. And again, I'll split it into sustainable travel modes before moving on to the traffic generation. Starting first with the proposed improvements in terms of the footways and cycleways and so forth. With the Dagenham End Road improvements, would that route be lit?
The proposal doesn't show that being lit.
I noticed also, I mean, we can go to the associated drawing if you want to, but I also noticed there's reference made to third-party land on that drawing. And has agreement been made with that third party over the...
Mrs. Ventham's going to deal with that point, actually.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
yes, it's a point what we will deal with through her evidence.
So can that be dealt with in examination?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of the junction improvements, which obviously have been discussed, a fair bit so far, can you explain to me more precisely what junction improvements are proposed at those traffic lights?
Yes. So the existing junction is a set of traffic lights, so the junction form will not change. What will be delivered are pedestrian crossings on the A441 south arm of the junction across Dagenham End Road. There will also be widening of the Dagenham End Road approach to allow a greater flared length, so more people turning right and left consecutively can queue next to each other. And finally, there will be significant widening on the southern side of the junction to allow for a two-lane exit, so that both lanes on the A441 north can be signalled as ahead movements.
Okay, so just so I understand that last point, in terms of the two-lane exit, is that heading in towards Redditch?
Correct, yes.
Mr. Spanner, I was also going to ask about that same point about the, in terms of the dependency on others relating, shown on the improvement drawings. Is that again a point Mrs. Bentham's going to deal with, or do I deal? Or do I?
With the because
not the third parts
party.
of the drawings where it says it's reliant on others provide. I presume it means the Brook Hill development, but is that something I?
It might be worth asking
Okay.
Mr. Ferg. If you can't answer, we'll deal with it through Mrs. Ventham. I think that might be something for him.
I mean, in terms of where that point is shown, where there's a dependency on others providing these improvements, does that have any kind of bearing in terms of your views, rather than obviously the applicant themselves kind of providing those improvements?
My view of no severe impact is contingent upon those works being in place. There is a condition suggested to secure that position.
And just a point of clarification, we are getting to the end of those drawings. Can you just turn to your proof? At paragraph 3.21 on page 6.
Yes.
It's just really so I can understand the kind of sequence of the drawings that are before me. Obviously, that paragraph you list the three drawings which show the proposals. Then just turning over the page, paragraph 3.24, you make reference to a revised drawing, which is 0114 revision B.
Yes.
So that, I mean, so am I to assume that replaces revision A, which is under the walking and cycling paragraph?
Yes, that's correct.
There's also a version, again, I think it's called document B137, in terms of those kind of suite of drawings, if you like, which is drawing 011. And I wondered where that stands in relation to these improvements now. By all means, you know, have a look at the drawing, as I think it's called document B137. If you're not familiar with I think your consultancy drafted the drawing.
Yeah, I think the answer to this is these three. The drawing is detailed at paragraph 3.2.1 of my proof. with the exception of drawing 14, which is upgraded to revision B, are the current drawings of the improvements.
Okay, so is the drawing 011, is that been superseded? as well?
Superseded,
Okay,
yes.
okay, okay. There's obviously been some discussion of the bus service diversion, the Diamond bus service. Did you see the inquiry document that was submitted yesterday, which showed the service level from Mr. Bale submitted? Have you seen that document?
No, I saw it from sat over there. I think it looked like a printout from the Diamond Bus
It
website.
looked like, that's what, yeah. I just wondered if, again, by all means, refer to that document before you answer the question, but in terms of what's proposed, in terms of the Section 106 money, etc., does that make any difference in terms of the frequency of the services that are shown on that timetable?
No, it does not.
Okay, so I'm now going to move on to the traffic impact. And just staying with your proof, page 12. Paragraph 4.3.4. First, at the end of that paragraph, so this issue obviously of double counting, which you've already referred to. But then it says alternative assumptions were applied to the growth factors to deduct the committed development trips. When you say alternative assumptions, what do you mean by that?
So that's in reference to the methodology that Brock Hill East followed, that we took a more robust position, but effectively it's you look in Tempro at the number of homes and jobs versus what you have in your commitments, and you can adjust the factors up or down depending upon how the lay of the land has arisen on a particular piece of work you're doing. But to be clear, we haven't made those adjustments.
I think it'd also be quite useful to kind of discuss, in your proof, you've at paragraph 5.5 on page 18, you set out this sensitivity analysis. I think it'd be useful for me to understand the differences between this and what you presented earlier in the proof in terms of the traffic queues and so forth, and why there's a difference as well.
Okay, so I think we've got 2022 data and 2024 data included in the proof. The difference is we have different traffic volumes affecting the junction. The 2022 scenario is the lower of the two. The 2024 scenario, there is an increased level of traffic going through the junction. The level of impact in the 2024 scenario does not breach the level of severity that I have considered, and I think, as discussed in my rebuttal, even using that set of data, the more robust set of data you could say, because there's higher traffic volumes, we still arrive at a situation whereby the level of queuing is less than is being reported as occurring now under the existing arrangement at the junction.
Okay, and in terms of, obviously, in terms of those data sets, if you like, which one should I give most weight to in my decision in terms of the 2022 and the 2024?
I think I presented a range, so
Or which one should I give most weight to in my decision, in your professional view?
would suggest the 2022 data.
Okay, and why is that?
2022 data has been validated by the Highway Authority.
Okay, thank you. Just my last question. I think it'd be useful, just explain to me, so I've got the full picture in terms of the access arrangements. What is proposed from the site access onto Hither Green Lane, and also if any changes are proposed at the Dagnall End junction itself?
Do you mean the Hither Green Lane, Dagnall End Road junction?
Yeah. So say, we'll take the site first. So from the site access onto Hither Green Lane itself, what are the access arrangements that are proposed there?
So the site access onto Hither Green Lane itself is a simple priority junction. That's shown on the submission plans. There are no changes proposed to the Dagnall End Road, Hither Green Lane junction.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Banner, do you wish to re-examine your
Yes, I think
your
I've got
witness?
5 questions. Don't hold me to that, but I think that's what I've got to. You were asked by Norca, you put to you that forward planning would be needed. I think you said forward planning would be needed for a linked trip, bus and then train. How might the travel plan assist in that forward planning?
Residents will have a suite of information available to them, timetable information, which will show how various services interchange with each other. There is also personalised travel planning, which residents will have somebody who can take them through what are their journeys, how might they go about completing them, what are their choices.
You said in chief, again on the issue of trains, you said in chief that one of the buses that stops near the appeal site goes to Longbridge. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What rail facilities are there in Longbridge? Is there a railway station?
Yes, there is a railway station.
It was put, and where does the bus stop in relation to the railway station? Do you know, the 182, 183? If you don't know.
In Longbridge?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Assume for the sake of argument, we'll pick it up, the bus stops at the railway station. It was put to you that Redditch only has one train every half an hour to Birmingham, and therefore there was a constraint on regularity. Are you aware whether the trains from Longbridge Station to Birmingham are more frequent, less frequent, or the same as the trains from Redditch? Again, if you don't know, we'll cover it with other witnesses.
I don't know.
There you are. That's well, I know it's the same line, but Redditch is a branch line. Longbridge, sir, has far more stations, far more trains to Birmingham because they go to Bromsgrove and Worcester as well. Anyway, we'll present evidence. You'll see that, sir. Dagnall End Road not being lit, is that a problem? Does that lead to a severe situation or act as a deterrent such that the site isn't sustainable, in your judgment?
No, I think Dagnall End Road, that route serves, the desire line for pedestrians is not really in that direction. The alternative route at the southern end of the site down to the A441, in my view, is the more likely used route.
The Brook Hill improvement works, or the works associated with the Brook Hill development, what confidence do you have that they will be completed in time as opposed to just not done or left incomplete?
It is my understanding that they are secured via a condition that prevents occupations beyond 128 dwellings. On a scheme of 950 dwellings, that is quite an early trigger. So on that basis, I think we can have confidence that those works will come forward.
I mean, if we're thinking about the test of severity being considered in the context of reasonable scenarios, is it a reasonable scenario to imagine that the Brook Hill improvement works won't be done?
I don't think so.
And then you had a question, Inspector, about the traffic dates of the 2018, 2022 and 2024. If you were going to weigh one against the other, which would you give more weight? And you initially said you looked at a range, and then you said if you would give 2022 the greatest weight within that range because of the local highway authority's position. Just going back to paragraph 116 of the framework, when it talks about test of severe, and let me quote it exactly rather than paraphrase it, because I don't want to misquote, taking into account all reasonable scenarios. Let's just go back to 116 and check I've quoted it accurately. Yes, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. When you're applying that test, if you were to be presented with a choice of, on the one hand, having regard to one scenario to the exclusion of the other, or on the other hand, having regard to them all in the round, which of those two approaches would you prefer?
I think you're looking at everything in the round rather than exclusively looking at one when you put it into that context.
Thank you. Mr. Greaves, just stay there, just in case the Inspector has any follow-up questions, but otherwise that's the first witness.
No, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Fairgrave. You can leave the stand.
Thank you.
Even when progressing fairly well, sir, I won't change the order. I'll call Mr. Smith as indicated.
Okay, well, the time is now 10:50. The inquiry is adjourned until 11:20. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the time is now 11:20, so the inquiry is resumed.
Excuse me, sir, before the appellants start their cross-examination of the golf witness, the council would like to correct a point made in the opening statement yesterday. We will be issuing a track change document and associated note as soon as possible this afternoon.
Well, I'd prefer that to be a closing statement rather than an opening statement.
That's
That's all obviously we
yeah,
submitted to the inquiry.
I understand that, sir. With that being the case, we will make a closing statement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonham, please call your
I
second
will,
witness.
sir. Thank you. So the second witness is Mr. Mark Smith, and you have from him a proof and some separately bound appendices, or obviously electronic equivalent, and you have his details in section 1. You're Mark Anthony Smith. You're the member of RICS, have been since 1991. You're a RICS registered valuer. For the last 33 years, you specialise solely on the UK golf property sector, providing advice to a wide range of clients on golf-related property and business matters for a range of different clients as you set out. Your firm's called Smith Leisure. You comment on golf need and economic viability in various contexts. You set some of the examples out. They range from golf courses where there have been issues, planning inquiries and development proposals, through to over the page advisory work on golf courses such as the Belfry in Birmingham, amongst others. Is all of the information you set out there correct and up to date?
Yes, it is correct.
Thank you. Well, sir, again, with your leave, I'll take the evidence as read. I've got really one to 1.5 questions, and then that's all I have. So points have been made by Norca, Mr. Smith, about the effect on the golf course and then the golf club during the development process and the reworking process. What confidence do you have that whatever the short-term effects during the construction period, the post-development effect on the golf course will be beneficial, and that the golf course and club will survive and thrive?
I have absolutely every confidence that once the changes are made, the revised 18-hole golf course is much more fit for purpose for the current and long-term needs of the hotel, and it will continue to remain a pay-and-play golf course. It will be open to the public. It will be easier to play, and it will appeal more to the public. So I have every confidence that if the changes are made, that it will be good for the hotel and the local residents. I fully accept that some of the local members may be disappointed, but when you look at the wider provision of golf in the area, overall, I think it's a substantial benefit.
Thank you. And you explain why that would be in, for example, page 7 of your proof.
That's it, yeah.
Look at the market of the golf course and why making it easier would make it more attractive.
Absolutely.
I don't have any further questions unless you had any burning desire to get any further points across.
Well, I had one point. One of the residents mentioned that they felt that the golf course would be somewhat Mickey Mouse. I entirely disagree with that. The golf course designer that the hotel have used and the appellants have used is Jonathan Gaunt. Jonathan Gaunt trained under Donald Steele, the original golf course architect. He's a highly regarded professional golf course architect, and he would be pretty horrified if he felt that any of his designs were deemed Mickey Mouse. If the design was very poor, then I would have expected England Golf to make an objection, and they haven't. And England Golf are the governing body for amateur golf in England.
Thank you. So I've got no further questions myself because the evidence says what it says. But Mr. Smith, stay there in case Inspector or others have questions for you.
Do any interested parties wish to question the witness? Sir.
Thank you. First of all, can you just confirm to me the name of the owners of the site, please?
I I don't know the name of the owners of the site. I'm obviously the hotel operates the golf course.
Do you happen to know then if the site owners are specialist golf operators?
They have other golf hotels, yes. So I would deem them to be reasonable operators.
Okay. So they're not a property company?
Well, the hotel wants to be in existence for the long term, and the current golf course struggles from a financial viability perspective. And I think there is absolutely no way that the hotel would want to make these changes to the golf course unless they felt that it was going to make it sustainable for the long term as an 18-hole golf course. It's not a simple property play.
Okay.
I mean, I talked to the management at length on this. I mean, I talked to the golf manager at the hotel, the head greenkeeper. They have been at the hotel for many, many years, and they want to see these changes happen.
I take what you say. It was just we're concerned that the owners are property investors and developers. Did you produce core document CDLB 103, which is that golf master plan?
No.
Do you know who did?
Jonathan Gaunt.
Jonathan Gaunt. So can you help us, because that inspector shows the extent of the floodplain, can you help us as to who provided that information regarding the floodplain?
No.
Okay. My next question was going to, I think you've answered it in opening. Do you have experience of golf course redevelopment? Well, yes, you do. Mm-hmm. In your evidence, you have said that there is an opportunity, as part of this development, to generally improve drainage and other parts of the course. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. What other parts?
Well, no. I mean, I said to improve the golf course, drainage on the golf course. I'm not so sure I refer to other parts. My understanding is that it's a clay-based golf course. Many golf courses in the UK are built on clay. The issue with that is that they're fine in the summer, but they get very wet during the winter. So that doesn't mean to say they flood. They just get heavy underfoot. And you can improve the drainage of the fairways to improve the playability of the golf course for a longer period over the season. So that's what you do.
Yeah, I've got experience, and yeah, you can plug very nicely when it's wet.
Absolutely.
I'm saying that not as a golfer, I have to say. I think you've answered there. I was going to ask you that the importance that you give to the response from England Golf.
Of course, England Golf are the national governing body, and what they say holds weight.
So the inspector should give weight to what they said?
The inspector should certainly give weight to what they say in terms of the long-term playability of the golf course.
Should the inspector give weight to their suggestion that the replacement holes should be constructed and operational before the existing holes are lost?
With respect, I disagree with that point.
Okay, so let's just explore that a bit further. If, for example, the development were to commence and the houses to be built out, what guarantee is there that the replacement holes would be constructed?
You can cover that in either a planning condition or a Section 106 agreement. There's a very logical solution to this, in my view. If there's a need for housing in the area, then it makes sense strategically that the developer wants to start building those houses sooner rather than later. I fully get it that England Golf want to make sure that the revised 18-hole golf course is completed and operational. There's nothing worse than having a developer build some houses and then the works on the golf course don't get done. So the practical thing is that there's spoil that will need to be taken from the development site to recontour the golf course. So if you start taking some topsoil from the housing site, you can import that onto the golf course early. You construct the green, all what I would call the capital works. You build the greens, the tees. You put the fairways together. You create the bunkers. That's where the money is spent. You do all those works, and then there's a growing period, obviously, because the grass needs to grow. And in my view, the practical solution is that there should be a condition on the developers that they cannot, that no one can occupy any of the houses until all of the main construction works have been done on the golf course. Because once that's done, the bulk of the money has been spent, and the hotel has the full incentive to see the golf course open and complete.
So if Barrett's, because obviously planning permission runs with the land, not with the applicant. Mm-hmm. If Barrett's, who are reputable developers, were to decide that they no longer wanted to pursue this site and sold it to another company who are less reputable and who perhaps did some of the construction works and then ceased.
So who's doing the construction work? The developer.
A developer, and
well,
I'm trying to get to what guarantee does the golf course or the operators and users of the golf course have that they will have 18 holes which are playable?
Well, in some respects, the most, I fully get it that the residents want to make sure that the golf course is complete. But arguably the most important party in all this is the hotel. They'll want to see that the holes are completed. It's absolutely fundamental for them that they do not want to see a developer come onto their land, create a poor development, go bust, create more disruption for them. What will happen in practice is you're going to have an experienced golf course contractor who will tender to do the works, and they will do the works, and that will ensure that they're done professionally, and you can ensure that they're completed. It's.
Sorry. Can that phone be turned off, please? Or put silent? Okay, please continue.
Yeah, no, it's in my view, it's a relatively straightforward situation that can be resolved through either a planning condition or a legal agreement. It defies common sense to delay the project if there's a need for housing, provided you make sure that the golf holes are completed. Absolutely, and I wouldn't. I would be pretty horrified if, as a result, if the inspector was minded to approve this, that the works weren't done properly on the golf course to make it complete for the long-term future of the hotel and the residents.
I think there we are in complete agreement,
Yeah.
and we would ask that the inspector gives substantial weight to that, particularly in terms of the Section 106 and conditions discussions.
Yeah.
The one issue I would take with you is you talk about the no hotel operator would want to do that, yet you're not aware of who owns the hotel and golf course at the moment. And I mean, I'm throwing it out, and no aspersions intended to the company which owns it. But if it was a property and development company, they might have different goals and objectives.
Well, I can't speculate for what the long
We can't. But equally, we can't say that they wouldn't.
But realistically, what you've got on site is a 100-bed hotel. That's a pretty hefty hotel. It relies a lot on hotel occupancy from golf breaks. Now, the problem with the golf course at the moment is that it's challenging, which is in some respects nice for some golfers. But the problem from a market perspective is it's too challenging for a lot of the people who want to stay in the hotel. So the hotel, in order to fill its occupancy in terms of rooms at the weekends, wants to make the golf course attractive to encourage people to come and stay. And it's not a championship golf course. It's a very pretty site. It's an attractive golf course. But the clientele who want to stay in the hotel are unlikely to be high caliber golfers. They're looking for a nice weekend away to go and enjoy their golf. They don't want to spend 5 hours playing a golf course that's too hard. They want to get round relatively quickly.
You talked there about what the market wants. In your evidence, is there any detailed market assessment?
There doesn't need to be any. Certainly from my experience, there are 3 types of golf courses in the UK. You've got not-for-profit private members clubs. Most of them were built between 80 and 140 years old. They're run by the members for the benefit of the members. Everything is about looking after the memberships in terms of their golf. Then you have municipal golf courses, which is a very small part of the sector, and they were golf courses built by local authorities to provide pay-and-play golf for those who didn't want to be a member of a golf club. And then you have what I call the proprietary sector, which is the commercial sector. And the commercial sector has all sorts of golf courses. They can be membership-based, they can be pay-and-play-based, they can be golf hotels. Now, what we've got here is a 100-bedroom hotel. It's changed from its original market positioning of 1985, when it was a 32-bedroom hotel. Back in 1985, it was primarily a membership-based golf course with a small hotel. Now you've got a big hotel, and therefore the golf course needs to serve the people who are going to be staying in the hotel.
I think that's quite a long answer. Thank you very much for it, but it's a long answer to say your evidence is based on your experience.
On my experience. I mean, and I've got the roundage figures. We've got the roundage figures from 2023. From memory, there were 29,000 rounds played, of which 7,500 are golf break rounds, 12,000 are membership rounds, 8,000 are pay and play rounds, 1,500 are corporate and society rounds. Well, frankly, a golf course doing 29,000 rounds a year is not doing enough. It needs to be doing more rounds. So the fact that it's doing 7,500 of golf break rounds, that's where the issue is. You need to up that figure.
But the inspector doesn't have any detailed market assessment in terms of how this would compete with other comparable lower quality golf courses, and what other rounds there are there, what the market propensity is for.
Well, I mean, I can tell the inspector that this, if you look at my evidence, there is within it, I make reference to the top 100 golf hotels in the UK and Ireland. The Abbey does not feature within that list. So that strongly suggests to me that its appeal is mainly recreational golf. It's not a top destination golf course such as, well, there are many high quality golf courses that are there because of the quality of the course. This isn't one of them. So it's a mid-market hotel, and it needs to expand the usage of the golf course to fit with that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get down. There's nothing before the inspector to explain, to give him confidence that dumbing down, if you'll pardon the expression, can I just finish, please? Will enable this hotel to compete effectively in what will be a more competitive and more congested market?
Well, I've been dealing with golf businesses now for 33 years. I deal with nothing else but golf. So in my professional experience, certainly if I owned this hotel, I would be looking to reposition it as the hotel are looking to do now. It is primarily a large hotel which has an 18-hole golf course, which needs to service golf breaks business much more than it does at the moment.
Thank you. Constructing new golf holes is not just a case of mowing a bit of grass and sticking a flag in a hole, is it?
Absolutely.
You've got to construct tees, fairway configuration, bunkers, greens, drainage, watering. I've actually, not like you, I'm not experienced like you, but I have worked for Parkwood. I've actually worked with Jonathan Gaunt. And in reconfiguring golf courses, 18 holes at Airlinks in Hounslow, 8 holes out of 36 on the Royal Parks at Richmond. I think it's fair to say that it takes some time to construct a golf course, doesn't it? A golf hole.
Yes, it takes time to construct a full 18-hole golf course.
But any hole takes time
Yes.
to...
Well, with the reconfiguration here, you've got two new greens that need to be built. It doesn't take that long to physically construct the greens, but what does take time is the grow-in period to make it fit for purpose to be able to use it.
Agreed.
And that's down to nature, obviously, isn't it?
And time.
And time, yeah.
Thank you. Have you done a detailed design for the groundworks, drainage, etc.?
That's not my...
Has there been
That's not
one
my
done?
area of expertise. That's Jonathan Gaunt's area of expertise.
Has one been done, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, madam, there's one person before you. Sir, do you want to come to the table? Can I just take your name, sir?
Graham Smith.
G-A-R-H?
Graham.
At the end of Graham, or?
Sorry?
E at the end?
No.
Okay. Graham Smith. Okay, Mr. Smith, what's your question?
Right. I just explained that I'm a golfer. I'm a member of Abbey and have been for 15 years. I'm also a resident of 35 years. I love my golf, as you probably do. Do you play?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Could I ask where you play?
At Ragbarn.
Right.
Wiltshire.
I played there in Wiltshire, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Very good.
Well, I'm a director there.
Has it? Oh, right. Has it got a slope index of more than 12.6?
No, I doubt it.
So you won't be lobbying to reduce it and sell off land to make it easier to play to attract more members then?
We have a thriving business at Ragbarn because it's a membership-based golf club. We don't have a hotel there.
Just obviously, we are talking about this site in relation to that's what the
we
inquiry
are.
concerns.
Thank you. I try not to digress. You say that there's 7,500 rounds of visiting golf breaks recorded, and you say that most of the players were of lesser ability, but there is no record on golf breaks and even golf societies maintained as to the quality of the players taking part in those competitions. So how can you say that there are lesser players taking those breaks?
I was talking to the golf manager at the hotel. I spent the whole morning talking to the management team about the golf business there, and they obviously have a golf operation to run. They know their clientele very well. They know their market well, and they were firmly of the view that the majority of people who play there are not Category 1 golfers.
Thank you. What is the rarity of courses having 11 holes out and 7 back in terms of playing out and with no facilities on course?
It's certainly the ideal routing is 2 loops and 9 holes.
Right.
I wouldn't, most golf course constructors or most golf course architects would want to design new golf courses from scratch, having 2 loops and 9 holes where they go. They start at the club, or the first starts at the clubhouse, the 9th green gets back to the clubhouse, the 10th tee is near the clubhouse, the 18th green comes back to the clubhouse. That's the normal design. But there are plenty of good quality and plenty of plenty of golf clubs around the country, private members clubs, where that doesn't happen, where there's not 2 loops and 9 holes, so it's not unusual.
Right. Abbey originally had 9 out, 9 back. That was its original design. Prior to 2000, that was prior to 2008. 2008, one of the holes which used to run alongside Dagnall End Road was dispensed with, and another hole was created in the east of the course to accommodate 18 holes, so that it had 10 out and 8 back. No, sorry, 8 out. 8 out and 10 back. You get it the right way round. I get lost on that course. I need a guide dog. That was done to accommodate the provision of lodges to aid the course. The reaction of players and members and usage when that was reconfigured, which took 2 years to materialise before fully playable as an 18-hole course, had a big effect on membership and usage. So any redesign would have been was detrimental, and the same will apply, will it not?
I don't think so. No.
Thank you. I have one final question. You said in a personal way that what you would do with the course. If it was the Belfry, would you be promoting building houses on it?
No, because the Belfry is a very different proposition. It's a trophy venue, isn't it?
Yep.
Belfry is famous for holding the Ryder Cup a record 4 times. It is of, well, it's world famous. So then no one's going to plan to go and build houses on the Brabazon course at the Belfry.
So if you're going to attract people to a course for stay and play, as well as play and go, you wouldn't want to see it be anything other than unattractive. And one of the reasons why it's currently classed for advertising purposes and encouraging players is it's championship standard. Is that correct?
It's not a championship standard golf course in objective terms.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've made that clear in my evidence.
fine. And my final question, if you own the course, would you be building houses on it?
If I own the hotel, and I had no property aspirations, I would want to make the hotel as fit for purpose as I possibly could in operational terms. That's what I'd want to do. It's not a small hotel. It's got 100 bedrooms. It's not the original 32-bedroom hotel. It's got 100 bedrooms now. That is the primary part of its business. During the week, it's going to do commercial trade. You'll have conferences, etc., etc. But at the weekends, you're looking for the leisure breaks market. So the hotel has, in order to promote leisure, weekend trade, they have a golf course, and they have the health and fitness club and the spa there. And I would, if I owned it, I'd want to position it so that I had the best opportunity of improving occupancy at the hotel with additional food and beverage spend. I'd want a very attractive golf course, a pretty golf course. I want it to be relatively easy to play, to encourage all sorts of players, ladies, juniors, elderly. It wants to be a fun, nice golf course, mid-market. What it doesn't want to be is a hard, challenging golf course that's so tricky that actually people play it once and then they say, I enjoyed it, it was long, it was a bit tough, I won't book next year. And as an operator of a hotel, you want repeat custom. So I would be looking to position the hotel. I would looking to be positioning the golf course to make it suitable and fit for purpose for the long-term needs of the hotel. and for the local residents. And it will remain as a pay-and-play golf course, which would actually appeal more to the local community.
My experience of the reaction of visitors and visitors from local clubs as well as those of golf societies is that they think it is a challenging course which they are pleased to come and play.
I agree. I mean, some golfers want a challenging golf course.
Yes.
Some golfers don't. Some golfers want to just go
That's
and have
the
a
choice.
nice time.
Is that not the choice that we all have?
Sorry?
Is that not the choice that we all have?
It's the choice that everyone has, but at the end of the day, the hotel has a business to run. And the hotel, as I say, wants to position it so that the golf course is most attractive to the biggest segment of the market that fits with its business model. And England Golf would respect that. You know, there are different positions in the market. The private members clubs look after membership-based golfers. The pay-and-play golf courses are at the lower end of the market. The golf hotel market is all about golf breaks in the main. Of course the members are important. Of course pay-and-play is important. But ultimately, it's the connection with the hotel and how that golf course serves the needs of the hotel and the people who use it.
Sorry, there's just one other question. I do apologise.
Okay.
Do all clubs suffer from peak times?
Some clubs do, yeah. Well, most clubs do, yeah. Most, yeah. Certainly with COVID, there's been a boost, isn't there, with in golf demand with COVID. So if you're a membership-based golf club, you know, tee times on a Saturday and Sunday are normally a premium.
So does the choice of the club that you play at depend on whether you're going to play in peak times?
Well, if you want to be a member at the Abbey Golf Course and you play most of your golf during the week, that's absolutely fine. But if you're an avid golfer and you want to tee off Saturday morning when the hotel has guests staying at the hotel and they want their guests to be able to offer golf to their guests, there's a conflict there.
But if the course is full, the commercial situation is resolved.
No, of course it isn't. Well, it isn't resolved if you could have sold more leisure breaks, more golf breaks. If you could have sold more of the bedrooms that you can't because the members have taken up all the tea times on a Saturday morning, you can't fill the occupancy of the hotel.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, you said you wanted to ask a question. Do you want to come to the stand, please?
Yes, it wasn't covered.
And firstly, can I take your name, please?
Yeah, it's Birgit Morris.
How do you spell
Birgit, and Morris with a double R.
Okay, thank you.
Right, first of all, I am not a golfer.
No, you simply can ask a question. That's obviously the purpose.
Yes,
yeah.
but I am a resident of Abbey Park and have been for over 30 years. And amongst the residents, there is concern that the golf course would not be returned to an 18-course golf course in the long run. What I wanted to know, you said that the Abbey Park Golf Hotel owns other golf hotels. Mm-hmm. Could you please tell me how many, and could you also tell me whether they are 9 holes or 18 holes?
Off the top of my head, I do not know which ones they own, to be honest. I think they've got 3, and my understanding is that they're all 18 holes.
It's not my understanding, but I haven't researched it.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I've focused on the Abbey Hotel. That's my. You know, is it?
One is 9 holes.
Yeah, obviously, the purpose of this inquiry is this site and this development and this hotel.
It's
Please
it is just to understand whether there is any certainty that we will still end up with an 80-hole golf course.
I mean, as I've said, the golf course is a really, really important part of the hotel's business. So to go to the hotel would have thought very carefully about these changes. It doesn't want the disruption to the golf course any more than the golfers will, whilst it goes down to, say, 10 holes, whilst the works are done. And the sooner it gets back into play, the better. And I think it should be entirely reasonable to be able to tie that down within either a planning condition or a legal agreement to make sure that a full 18-hole golf course is completed.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my questions. But I do notice that the hotel is diversifying more and more into weddings, business meetings, etc.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I also have a number of questions to ask. I think it's generally around participation and also particular aspects of the golf course as well. So turning to your proof of evidence.
Yes.
On page 5 of your proof there, you kind of chart the growth of golf participation and then the decline from 2003. And that continues on page 6. And again, you touched on this already, that demand is up on the pre-COVID levels. But what do you consider is likely to happen in future, and how may this impact on the number of golf courses related to those participation rates in the sport?
I mean, certainly, the golf market was in slow long-term decline for near on 20 years up till COVID. There was a big artificial boost because of COVID. And interestingly, in my experience, what happens in golf is that what is going on in America tends to then follow in the UK a few years later. And in America, there's talk that there was a COVID boost, and now they're seeing a bit of a drop-off in terms of golfer demand. And I've also noticed over the years that what tends to happen in the north of England starts to filter, or north of the UK, filters south. There's now quite a lot of talk at the moment about struggling golf courses in Scotland. So we've come out of the COVID boost, and whilst no one can predict the future for sure, my instinct is that we're going to see a tailing off of golfer demand. It's not going to be huge, but it will tail off. But the difficulty with the golf sector is that the running costs of golf have gone up a lot. So that squeezes operational profitability of golf over the long term. It's expensive to maintain an 18-hole golf course. So that's why it's incredibly important to make sure that the golf course is positioned in its marketplace at the optimum level in order to drive participation through whatever golf course you have.
Okay, thank you. And then moving on to page 7, paragraph 5.32. It refers there to the golf course subscription paying membership as it is today. But I wondered if you could tell me, in terms of figures or percentage terms, how that compares back to the 1985 date.
Okay, well back in 1985, the makeup of the golf market in general was that 80% of all golf clubs were not-for-profit private members clubs, 15% were municipal golf courses, and 5% were proprietary, i.e. commercial golf courses. So there were hardly any commercial golf courses. So back in the mid-1980s, there was incredibly strong golfer demand. Golf went through the roof for a number of reasons. After years of being beaten by the Americans in the Ryder Cup, we started winning. The European team started winning. Golf was very aspirational, lots of pent-up golfer demand, and there were very long waiting lists at golf clubs. So when this was conceived back in the 1980s, it was totally and utterly right at that time to promote it more as a challenging membership-based golf course. In vogue at the time was to make it difficult, and the bulk of obviously I don't have the data from back in 1985, but certainly from my professional experience, the bulk of the players at the Abbey at that time would have been members. And as time has gone by and participation has lowered and changed, golf is now much more informal. So there's more pay and play, there's more flexible memberships, there's more nomadic golfers. So the model has changed a lot over a 40-year period.
And then look at paragraph 5.33 on the same page. And it makes reference there to sort of local venues in terms of say if they're avid club members, they're much more likely to choose to play their golf at a local venue. I just wondered if such venues exist locally, if this proposal did go ahead.
Yes, I mean, you've got there's a report, I don't know which core document it would be, but there was the Cornerstone Golf report that was done at the start of the planning application process, and that details, that has a plan within it showing all the golf courses within a 30-minute drive time. There are a number of membership-based golf clubs locally. Redditch Golf Club is nearby. You've got Stratford Golf Course, you've got Stratford Oaks Golf Course, there's one called Hollywood. There are numerous membership-based golf clubs around.
And then again, 5.35 on the same page. It makes the point about the current 18-hole course is too difficult to play. And obviously, I've heard this a number of times about the difficulty of it, but I'm not a golfer.
Yeah.
So can you explain to me, please, what that actually means? Why is it too difficult to play? What makes it challenging?
It's partly its length, so and partly because of it's built on clay. So when it's wet and waterlogged, it plays longer because the ball doesn't travel so far. Excuse me. If you and it's, I suppose if you want to make a golf course easier to play, one, you shorten the length. So currently the length is just over 6,400 yards. The revised length is going to be around 6,000 yards. In my experience, a proper 18-hole golf course needs to be at least 5,800 yards. Once you start going below that, it becomes very short. It's quite a challenging course in the sense that there's a number of water features on it. So, water is very attractive. Makes golf courses look very nice. But if you've got a lot of water, it's harder. So making it shorter helps. Being able to keep the roughs relatively low, mowing them on a regular basis to keep it so you don't have really long grass around the golf course where people are losing their golf balls. All these factors help to make it more user-friendly to play.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then on the same page again, at paragraph. Sorry, this is over the page. Paragraph 5.50. So that's on page 8. He makes reference there to health and safety areas from stray shots relate to holes 1 and 5, where balls can occasionally land in nearby residential gardens. I just wondered why is it particularly those holes? Because there does appear to be a number of holes which are fairly close to residential properties as the housing part extends to the golf course.
The safety aspect depends very much on where the tees are and where the ball is likely to land once you hit it. So if I take the fifth hole, for example, it's a long par 5. When you're standing on the tee, there's a lot of trees on the left-hand side. The housing is on the left-hand side, and there's decent tree cover. And you try and point the tees away from the houses. But if someone if someone's a right-handed player, and they hit it, either big hook, i.e. it goes left, or they pull it left, there is a risk that it will go to the houses. But you've got protection because you've got trees lining the fairway. But when you look at the golf course, there are certain pinch points where there's not that much tree protection. And on the fifth, when you're playing, it's a long par 5. When you're playing into the green, there is a possibility that if you hit it left on your second or third shot, that it could land in someone's garden. And indeed, it does occasionally. So if you can, I'm not saying it's a major issue, but if you can improve it, it's a good thing to do. And indeed, the design has some bunding put in on the left-hand side of the fifth hole to help shield those gardens.
Sorry, you can't interrupt the witness. Then at paragraph 5.66. Which is on page 10. He makes reference there to this, the redesign of this, the walk and the 500-metre distance. I just wondered, would that have any bearing in terms of likely participation rates?
It will have some bearing, but in my view, it's not material. It's far from ideal. I'm not going to suggest that it is ideal, because it isn't. But having said that, there's already a 260-metre walk with the current layout, and I think that most most recreational golfers, certainly golf breaks, it is acceptable for them.
And then my last question, it's paragraph 5.73 on page 11. And again, this is a point I've heard a few times about this issue of championship standard. Is that actually a defined term in golf? In terms
No,
of
it isn't a defined term, but I can, from experience, there are 1,900 golf clubs in England, and the amount of times I go on clubs' websites where they say they've got a championship golf course, it's probably more than half of them, because you use the phrase championship golf course for marketing and PR. But if you ask the governing body of golf, the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews, who run all the Open Championship courses, a championship course is such as where play the Open Championship or the Masters in America or the Belfry where they hold the Ryder Cup. That is true, proper championship standard, in my view. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That completes my questions. Mr. Banner, do you wish to examine your witness?
Examination, sir. No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Banner, do you wish to call your next
I
witness?
do. Yes, it's Mr. Stephen Tucker.
Shall we have a short 5-minute adjournment so the
If
witness
you don't mind,
can
sir.
change
So thank you,
positions?
Mr. Smith. Thank you. to like crink your neck. Does that work? Mum. There we are. I think
Hey,
so.
Mr. Banner, please call your...
I will, sir. So the next witness is Mr. Stephen Tucker. As I indicated informally, the key documents for his evidence are his proof and the updated design and access statement. And I'll introduce him by reference to what he says on page 8 of the proof. So you're Stephen Tucker, urban designer and chartered town planner. You have a BA Honours and Master's degree in urban design. And you're a member of the Urban Design Group. You've got over 30 years' experience in master planning, town planning and townscape design and assessment. You're a design director at Stantec. Prior to joining Stantec, you were a partner at Barton Wilmore. You've worked throughout the UK, a broad range of master planning, urban designing and environmental planning work. You set out the work that your company is involved at 1.4 and your own experience in giving evidence on these subjects at 1.5. And you tell us at 1.6 that in May of 2024, you asked to support the Birmingham-based team of Stantec with this project after the refusal by Redditch Borough Council, and that you, the client team, recognised the value in you critically reviewing the scheme with fresh eyes. So is all of that information up to date and correct?
Correct.
Excellent. So perhaps by way of introduction, picking up from that passage I just read about the recognition of the value in critically reviewing the scheme with fresh eyes, can you, and I'll leave it to you to illustrate to the extent you'd like by reference to the proof and the DAS, just talk through the inspector, how you went about that fresh review with a pair of critical eyes.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, visited the site. Had a good walk around the site, May last year, circa. Reviewed all the evidence, the design evidence particularly, that was available at the time. Studied the baseline position in terms of the form of scale, disposition of neighbouring buildings and areas. We did do a full character analysis, which I will come on to, but certainly in terms of the site visit, tried to get a sense of the existing neighbourhoods that surround the development site. And indeed, on that basis, noticed that submitted some of the submitted documents, particularly the design and access statement, in my words, I think, in my proof, didn't fully express the story of the design evolution of the proposals, and also didn't fully take into account the character of the neighbouring residential, particularly residential areas. Indeed, the information that was submitted, it was mainly photographic. There wasn't a great deal on urban grain or layout, and I felt we could and should say more to explain the character analysis that had clearly gone into the master plan.
Was that a failure of the DAS, the original DAS, to explain what had been done, or a reflection of an underlying failure in the actual design itself?
No, it wasn't a failure of the design, because you could see the right moves had been made, but with all due respect to those involved, I think it was a failure of the DAS. I think it didn't fully explain the narrative.
So what happened then in terms of your involvement? What was the work done next?
In conversation with the client team, I recommended that we do a number of moves effectively that we would support as a design team, and the client was willing to look at it with a fresh pair of eyes, and even to some extent to refine elements of detail, which is important for me as a designer, to add value to the process. And in short order, first of all, we broadened and I think better captured the character analysis in the DAS. We developed the design principles that are captured within the design and access statement, pages 74, 75, if we can turn to as we discuss. We identified, importantly, a number of specific character areas, because different parts of the site have different neighbourhoods and different views into them. We felt that that was really important in terms of trying to develop the materiality, particularly, and detail of the site. We refined the streetscape approach, just trying to explain it, frankly, a little bit better. And then there were a number of minor architectural refinements to house types, materiality, etc. These are actually, I think, captured quite well in table 2.21, which I'd like to speak through.
Yeah, so should we take that up?
May.
It's your main proof, well, your proof of evidence, page 11.
Yes.
And there's the table there that you've put together. So, what's the inspector's got that up? Perhaps you could just
Thank you.
highlight what you asked the inspector to take from this table.
Yeah, we've organised this table on the basis of National Design Guide and the 10 characteristics in National Model Design Code, importantly. It's fairly standard practice for us, to be honest. But so if I explain them on the basis of, in context, first of all, really being clear in terms of that character study, which significantly transformed the context section. On identity, developing a vision for a more walkable, connected community. A number of CGIs were also prepared, there were previous CGIs, but a number of CGIs were prepared, which I think demonstrate the high quality character and identity of the proposals. These are at the beginning of the design access statement and then in the very last pages of the design access statement. On built form, review the architectural approach, streetscape design, boundary treatments, and I'm going to go on and explain that maybe in a little bit more detail, if I may. And also look at some of the house types as well. I think in general terms, adopt a slightly more streamlined approach to some of the house types. The removal of mock Tudor from certain areas and a number of other moves which we can look at in detail. On movement, the previously proposed pedestrian routes within the scheme were reviewed. They were enhanced. There's an extra route through the woodland and some better off-site connections, which we've discussed, I think, at length. We also looked at the road hierarchy, and again, just tried to explain that a little bit better in terms of lanes and tertiary roads and courtyards, because that then gave us the vision, if you like, to try and develop responses in terms of detail, of materiality, of landscape, sometimes even of identifying key buildings within that urban space that warranted certain details, certain additional details.
So can we then turn to, in the section 1 of your table, you refer to the comprehensive character study to replace the equivalent section in the earlier DAS, and you draw attention at pages 32 and following of the updated DAS. So should we take that up? And once we've got that section, starts character study section 4.9. And again, the key things you'd like to draw to the inspector's attention in relation to this.
Yeah, well, I'm going to walk through this very quickly. We obviously have the Meadow Farm Hotel, pub and restaurant, so we looked at the materiality that was there, but I'll probably focus in on the residential areas. Hither Green Lane, we've spoken about a lot. Mr. Edwards' evidence yesterday focused on that. Obviously, there's a variety of materials at play, a variety of details wherever possible. We've looked at them, but particularly in the context of the points or parts of the site where you can see into our site from Hither Green Lane. We can go back in any of this detail as we go, Mr. Banner, I appreciate it. Diagonal End Road, north. Again, actually quite low density, which I'm going to come on to and discuss a little bit later. A lot of brick, different brick materials, red, brown, orange shades, but also a difference in roof styles in Diagonal End Road. Hip roofs feature, as well as gable frontage roofs, which again is important for us because we're thinking about character across the entire site. We looked at Paper Mill Drive.
Page 40, isn't it?
Yep, page 40. very interesting roof patterns here, cat slide roofs, flat dormer roofs, although a generally consistent roof pitch to be fair. Importantly though, and I think what was missing from some of the earlier work on character analysis in terms of being recorded, we also introduced the Odell Street site, which is on page 42, and also the Halling Street site. Now, both of these feature a mixture of roof designs, a mixture of approaches to garages back. So Hither Green Lane, as we've heard, is very much integrated garages. These have a mixture of garages that sit back within the rear garden. But both of these schemes are delivered recently, more recently, I should say. They are in a policy context that we have today in terms of density, and also in terms of the provision of affordable housing, which has a significant impact when we then go on to start to look at the interplay between density and character.
Excuse me.
I suppose the only point I was going to make, you know, what's clear from the character analysis when you look at it in the round across all of the areas we looked at, is that it's generally two-storey, family housing in nature, but there's a real variety in housing mix, house type, plots, garden sizes, layout and density. And when you look at that in context, that's really what inspired the design and the layout and the master plan that's in front of us today.
And you talk in your proof about how the different characters, different parts of the appeal site have different densities, different characters reflecting the influences and context. And you heard yesterday Mr. Edwards talked about, in a village, you'd have the village high street being different in character to, say, some of the more spacious housing in the off streets. Yeah. Is there much between you in terms of that approach?
I think there's probably quite a bit between Mr. Evers and I, but on that particular approach, I think what he was pointing to was that village street. You know, that's the key point that you experience, and that's the same approach we've taken with Hither Green Lane. That's the experience for existing residents, for people coming into the scheme. What happens beyond that then is slightly different. And critically, what happens beyond that also has to speak to Dagnall End Road, and it has to speak to the other properties that are, or the farm properties that are further on in the site. And each of those character areas is about trying to have those conversations in terms of the design.
Should we then drill down on density and character? And you've got your proof at 5.5.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth just stating. I don't think at any point in my role on the project, before I or after I joined the team, it's never been the intention to simply replicate the design approach at Hither Green Lane in isolation.
Understood. So then section 5.5 of your proof and following deals with the response in light of that sort of character analysis. And again, if I can ask you just to highlight the key aspects of this analysis, if I walk the inspector through the key points. It's page 18 of your proof.
Yeah, I think I'll summarise some of this if I may. I think during the character analysis, each of these sites that we looked at is driven by the forces that shaped them at the time, be they commercial, policy, etc. I think if you look at the greater level of detail and character analysis in the recent schemes, that's probably driven by planning policy and by good practice that's informed by the likes of the Reading Borough Council High Quality Design, SPB. And I think they are trying to find that balance between density and character. And actually go on to the page 36 again
of the DAS.
Of the DAS, if I may, because it's possibly worth just reading out the various densities that are at play across all these sites. Hither Green Lane, we'd identified in the DAS as 14 dwellings. Everybody hear that okay? Is that all right?
Yep. Yeah.
We'd identified in the DAS as 14 dwellings gross per hectare. I do appreciate that Mr Edwards spoke about a slightly different density, which I'll come on and touch on briefly. Net 15 dwellings per hectare, which is the difference being, or the very small difference being, as a result of a relatively low level of public open space that's important in the calculation of others.
We're going to explain later on the difference between net and gross for
Absolutely.
those who may not understand it. Yes.
Diagonal End Road, not so different, 12 dwellings per hectare. Paper Mill Drive, which we spoke about, 14.5 in the gross. Net 17.5 dwellings per hectare. But when you go on to look at Adele Street, you see quite a significant jump in the densities. Adele Street, a more modern scheme, 31.6 dwellings per hectare, 36 dwellings per hectare net. And then again in Holling Street, gross, there's actually a relatively large amount of open space in that larger site, but net dwellings per hectare, 38.8. So when you compare that back with the density that we've submitted at 36, it's absolutely in keeping with what you would expect to see in the character analysis that we prepared across the site. Just on methodology, and it's probably worth just, there are a number of ways to calculate gross net density. I'm not going to take any issue with the approach that Mr Edwards and Norca prepared, but basically you have gross and you have net density. Current site layout has a net density of 36.4 dwellings per hectare. That is based on a net area of 5.88 hectares and a total of 214 dwellings. The gross site area, which is the entire red line, measures 9.84 hectares and delivers a gross site density of 21.7. The method of calculating the gross density is consistent with that used by local authorities across the country. And the method of calculating the net density is consistent with that used by developers across the country and follows guidance set out by the RICS. If it's of any value, I'm happy to submit that as a core document or leave that, but it's publicly available. Page 25 is very clear on what net density is. It's calculated using gross site area, subtracting all areas which are deemed non-developable. That's the key point, NDA, non-developable area, such as easements, common infrastructure, balancing ponds, basins, public open space, play facilities, retained landscape, public footpaths, rights of way, and half road widths where these front onto open space. So when you do that calculation, you get the 36 dBH figure that I referred to.
For Hither Green, Abbey Park, you talked about the gross 14, net 15.
Yeah.
That's a bit more than was said in the Norca, so Mr Edwards' statement, which talks about 7.
Yes.
Can you help us on that mismatch?
Yeah, I think it's a methodology thing. I think that I don't have all the facts for how they reached that figure. It's clearly a very low density scheme, so I'm not going to take major issue with it. I think the drawings suggested to me they'd done it on a linear basis and counted the number of properties along a certain distance, which is certainly one way of thinking about density. Interestingly, at the access to our site, we've actually got broadly the same number of units across a broadly comparable distance. However, further on the site, clearly we have a higher density of development.
Thank you. And how does that tie in with policy in relation to density?
Well, I think I probably asked you to
Excuse me.
page 20 of my proof. So page 21 actually of my proof.
This is the quotation from policy.
Yeah, page
5.
20 actually, I apologise. Yeah, so the scheme's compliance with density policy is probably one of the key considerations in our response to the reasons for refusal. And if I may, I'll read out a number of the policies. Policy 4 on housing provision. This is from CDE 1, the local plan. It is important that the housing needs of Redditch's growing population are met and there is an adequate mix of dwellings across all types and tenures. Well, the proposals absolutely contribute to meeting Redditch's housing needs because they deliver a mix of dwellings across those various types and tenures. 66 affordable units probably been the obvious point. Policy 5, effective and efficient use of land. Greenfield land that is allocated should be developed efficiently. 5.2, effective and efficient use of land must be sought in all new development schemes. Densities, and further down point 2, densities of between 30 and 50 dwellings per hectare will be sought. The net density of our proposals is 36. Net and 27 gross, and this is absolutely in line, in the middle of the density range. The lower end of the density range with regard to net density, and in the middle of the density range with regard to gross density.
Thank you. Then, should we then move on to architectural approach? Is that the next step in your analysis? Again, same approach. What are the key highlights that you'd like to draw to the inspector's attention?
Absolutely. I'll probably pick this up, if I may. I've already touched on table 2.21, where we picked this up at a high level, but it's probably worth turning to section 7.8 of the design and access statement, if we may, which is page 108.
108, architectural approach, which has then the house types and discussion of the thinking behind the use of materials, etc.
Yeah. So obviously there's, Mr. Edwards spoke about the variety of materials that are at play in the Abbey Park development. And when you go through this section, it's very clear that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It is shaped by the character areas, Hither View.
We see that in the bottom left, the Hither View character area in its context and how it would relate to Hither Green Lane as it now exists.
Absolutely, and all my staples have come out.
It's always the way.
And then Diagonal Way is another approach. And then we have...
See that on page 112.
And Bordesley View again. And each of them has a slightly different approach to the architecture. Bordesley, for example, has overlapping cladding because it's speaking back to the farmhouses that are just over the hedge. It's got a different approach to roof materials, and it's the same with all of them are speaking back to the areas that are around about, giving us the best opportunity to try and have a seamless integration with the areas nearby that we possibly can. There are a number of points that come out of the Norca submission. I don't want to jump ahead, and we can dwell on these points if we about the character assessment if we want, but there's reference to hipped roofing. The Abbey Park development next door does feature a variety of roof designs, including some half-hip roofing. Norca paper states that over 90% of the proposed dwellings in our scheme are hipped. I'm afraid that's incorrect. Of the 214 dwellings that are proposed, 99 are actually gabled and 115 are hipped. So 46% versus 54% hipped, just for accuracy's sake. But remember, we're not just trying to speak to Hither Green Lane, we're also thinking about Diagonal End Road and the properties there, some of which are hipped. On chimneys, it is fully acknowledged that the proposed development does not feature many chimneys. We've used chimneys sparingly We've used them on a couple of house types only. We've used them at key feature points where we believe there needs to be a reference in terms of the roofscape, particularly the roofscape at Hither Lane. Long and short of it is we're not really particularly encouraged to use chimneys because we've got to reduce air leakage, we've got to create highly efficient insulated homes, and frankly, we've got to reduce the amount of non-functioning false chimneys, to be completely honest. And the emission of chimneys is, you'll see it all over, it's in many, many new schemes. Mr Edwards' evidence also pointed to a mismatch between the materials plan on the website and the section I've referred to in the DAS. I haven't been able to track that down, but what I would say, confirmed today, is the DAS offers the accurate mix in terms of what we're trying to create with materiality in each of those character areas. And yeah, I think I've picked up. I don't intend, sir, to respond, although I'd be happy to have a discussion on the point relative to the cost of materials that's in the Norca submission, purely because it's not my expert area in terms of the actual cost of the various individual building materials. But a mix of materials is absolutely the case.
Is there anything you wanted to add by way of response to the Norca statement? So this is the Mr Edwards and Mr Davies statement. Maybe you've covered all the points already. But
I think I have. I mean, the key point for me is this is contextual. This is full of character. This, in my opinion, is a high-quality design. It is a dense approach. It has to be in line with policy. And wherever there are points of integration with the neighbouring properties, then we've reached out to try and do something about that and develop that into the design approach. And I would just point to the conclusion that's in my proof of evidence, to which I'll leave people to read.
Thank you. Stuckiness, you've got anything further? That's the evidence in chief, but there'll probably be a few questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr Robinson, do you wish to ask questions?
Only a few questions, sir, because you have our Mr Edwards' statement. Just a couple of points to start with of trying to get an agreement. Density is a factor in terms of the characterisation of an area.
Yes.
Urban parking and density standards are not necessarily applicable across a wide range of locations.
Sorry, can you explain
well,
that
urban
better?
parking and density would not necessarily be applicable in a leafy, extensive hamlet.
Oh, sorry, so a kind of urban parking.
In other words, you can't. It's not one size fit all.
Yes, but there are policy aspects to parking that we need to meet as well.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of parking standards, streetscape and design guidance, etc., which tends to cover quite a wide area.
Yeah, but for example, just looking at parking, I, like you must have done some schemes in urban areas where there's been no parking, but in a remote rural hamlet, you wouldn't expect to get away with no parking at all.
Yeah, I've been involved in a couple of car-free schemes, but it has to be contextual. Yes. It has to be relevant.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of context, to put the net gross average densities into context, and forgive me, I'm going to be extremely general here and simplistic. If you were to develop 100 dwellings over 4 hectares, pretty average standard density, and then develop 100 dwellings in a tall building on 0.2 of a hectare, which would appear to be the most dense?
So one would be significantly higher, obviously.
Yes, one would be a tower, effectively a tower block.
Well, it's interesting. If it's a general discussion, you you could you could argue that the tall block actually has got lots of usable open space for people to move around, could feel actually not that dense, but I think most of us would realise that that's quite an urban environment.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree. And that was going to be my follow-up, which would appear more urban.
Yeah, so in appearance terms, probably the taller building.
Yeah, so yeah, that helps to put sort of net gross average densities into context. In terms of that, do you consider that looking at the net area against the net area of Hither Green Lane, the net area of your client's land, a doubling or tripling of density, whichever evidence you take, I'm not going to go into that in any detail, over a relatively small site is sensitive to the local character of the area?
Well, I think it has to be. That's first and foremost, you have a policy requirement to get the density at a certain level, increasingly so. I think the task then for the designers to try and analyse that character in a way that you can appoint us for the design, where that design is visible and where it connects and integrates, that's where you've got to work to try and get the integration to be as sensitive as it can be.
Is sensitivity a factor of sustainability in terms of the NPPF, the definition set out at the beginning of the NPPF?
Sensitivity to the
Design,
environment.
yeah.
Yes, sensitive design. Yes, yeah. But that's partly why the reference to contextual character assessment is important as well.
Yeah. So just draw to your attention now evidence in terms of the NPPF and sustainability and densities.
Are you getting on to that now?
No.
Okay, fine.
I'm just I think on that basis, we've got our, Inspector, you've got our evidence in terms of design and density, and I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other interested parties wish to put questions to the witness on design? Okay, I do have a few questions. Turning first to page 10 of your proof, paragraph 2.18. Talks there about minor appeal refinements, and it's maybe just a matter of a clarification. But on the fourth line, it talks about minor material changes. And
yes.
Does that mean, when you say material change, do you mean some of the external materials, or do you actually mean amendments to the scheme?
Oh, I apologise. External materials,
Okay, right.
physical materials.
Then moving on to the table over the page on page 11 there, which you've been touched on already. I noticed the title of it is the 2024 Appeal Refine Proposals, which I obviously understand what that is, compared with the submitted proposals. When you say submitted proposals, are you comparing it to what was submitted to the council originally, or are you comparing it to what was before the council at the time of its decision?
The time of the decision.
Time of the decision, okay, right. And then moving on to paragraph 3.9. Page 15.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. Carry on. Right.
Yep. So your proof evidence paragraph 3.9, yeah. It says the proposals broadly accord the nationally described space standards. Can you give me a bit more explanation about that, please? How you've come to that statement?
Yeah, I think we had a conversation about this earlier, actually. I think there are a number of house types, actually, which are below the national described space standards. So I think that comment's probably a little bit on the positive side. I think the reality is, when I've gone through the house types again, there's a number of properties which are below them. Now, they're not mandatory, but they are standard types, and a number of them fall short of the standards. A number of them hit and exceed the standards as well.
Does that in itself have any bearing in terms of the design overall, would you say?
I don't think so. Obviously, we've looked at the layout as stood, and we've worked with that layout and developed that. My view was that layout was strong and the design approach was strong. When we did get involved with the architecture of the properties, we focused that on the visual appearance, the elevation approach, the materiality, roof materiality, etc.
And then sticking on the same page at paragraph 3.13. This makes reference to the amended proposals include obviously a number of additional trees. Again, are you comparing that to what was before the council at the time of its decision?
Before the council,
okay.
Yes.
And then moving on to paragraph 5.13. Is on page 21.
Yes.
You've touched on these other developments already, and there's reference here to Adele Street and Halling Street. And obviously, I appreciate the revised DAS refers to these as well, but I just wondered if you could give me more explanation in terms of where these sites are, but why they're of relevance in design terms in relation to the proposal itself.
Because the three areas that we looked at, Hither Green Lane, Diagonal End Road, and then Paper Mill Lane, they're significantly older than the scheme that we're looking at, or the proposal. They're not current necessarily in terms of design policy, and particularly in terms of affordable housing, even materiality. So I thought it was worthwhile broadening that and looking at how those designers had responded to the character in the overall area in the spirit, the context of that policy on affordable housing, density and design. They're nearby. They're within sight of the site. They're just on the other side of the main road.
So do you consider that where the proposal is located and where these sites are located share any attributes in terms of character, in terms of their location?
Yeah, I mean, they both look out onto the same landscape that sits between them to the west of the scheme. They sit close to the main road as well. They're close to the same junction that we've been speaking about in the transport evidence. And they're recent. They're very recent. Many of the facilities, connections, footpaths, etc., these schemes share the same facilities.
Okay. I'm now going to move on to paragraph 5.13. Actually, that's where we are now, isn't it? And over the page, actually, there's some photographic evidence in between, but then also 5.15 as well.
Yes.
Is this issue of gross and net density? I noticed 5.13 says the gross density of the development sits in the middle of the density range, identified in the character assessment, which encompasses the adjacent Hither Green Lane neighbourhood.
Yeah.
But then 5.15 goes on to say, whilst the overall proposed net density may be higher than the adjacent Hither Green Lane neighbourhood. So I wondered why there was a kind of a difference between those. Why what he's saying it's in the middle? I know. What he's saying it's higher.
Yeah. So forgive me. So we're referring to a density range that covers all the areas that we looked at in the character analysis in the first paragraph, in 5.13. And then over the page, I think we are, is it 5.14 you were referencing?
5.15, first,
5.15, sorry.
first sentence.
I think that's just a statement of fact. So while the overall proposed net density for our scheme, 36 dph, is higher than the adjacent Hither Green Lane, because I'm looking at that in isolation at that point in that paragraph. And that's where we've also made the point where homes adjoin and are visible from the neighbouring scheme, the layout does provide an in-keeping scale and massing, and built form and slightly lower density.
Staying with paragraph 5.15, but part of it on the next page, page 25. There's reference here to the Dagnall Way courtyard. And I just wondered, and that's been, again, has been referenced already as well, but what is the significance of that feature in relation to the character area that it's located in? Is it intended as a feature, or is it something else?
Yeah. At that point in that text, I'm simply talking about the journey through the scheme, effectively. So from the entranceway at Hither Green, where we're speaking back to Hither Green Lane and the properties there, we move through a variety of different character areas, and I think we culminate down at the Dagnall Way courtyard and Borsley Green as well, which then is adjacent to Meadow Farm Hotel.
So why was a courtyard feature deemed to be something which would work well in design terms in that part of the site?
Simply because we're getting towards the end. So there's a main loop in the site, the main road as you come into the site. There's then a series of secondary routes, and as you start to get to the end of those routes, it's a really good way to terminate them in a courtyard type feature, rather than just a turning area. So we've tried to then design hard spaces, hard standing, street trees, etc. Take a different approach to parking as well, to try and, so one of the points about garages, one of the reasons we've had garages in back gardens was to try and remove some of the cars from the main streets, because we've got a lot of frontage parking as well. So we tried to get a balanced parking approach, and the courtyard was a way of terminating those views and forming a space and thinking about it as a space, not just a turning area.
Okay. And our courtyard areas a feature that's the surroundings of the other housing sites that you looked at?
In some of the more modern schemes they are, yes.
Sorry, you can't interrupt the witness. It's in terms of, no. Oh, sorry. Apologies.
No, I'll try my best.
No, sorry. Apologies.
I think it's the technology, sir. I do apologise. Sorry.
And staying with paragraph 5.15, makes reference there to the Meadow Farm, the adjacent Meadow Farm Hotel, and that kind of area. I wondered how the density of the Bordesley View character area, which is the one I understand abuts Meadow Farm, how the density of the Bordesley View character area relates to the adjacent Meadow Farm area.
Well, Meadow Farm's not a residential development, so it's not really been viewed from a density perspective at that point. However, the roofscapes, the materiality, the half boarding, the inclusion of hedges, and there's actually some reasonable areas of open space there and open views. That's all what's responding to. We've not laid this out with a view to density, but density's certainly been a factor in the consideration of character.
And then turning to figure 21, which I think is on page 33. That's the placemaking plan.
Yep.
And obviously you mentioned about the use of chimneys in relation to gateways, landmark buildings, etc. Are there any other features which have been used to explain the buildings in terms of how they relate to the proposed typology of the site?
The materiality, obviously, I've spoken about. There's also a number of properties which are 2.5 storey, which are used as key focal buildings, terminating views, etc. Similarly, choice of certain properties so that not only in terms of their style, but their location. They terminate a key view, so that even when you'll see at the top there, when we're going around the pond and we have the loop, we're trying to terminate those views. You can see the buildings that are identified with the star in that graphic, and they're just focal points or focal buildings. Some are higher, some have chimneys, some have a different approach in terms of materiality. You're just trying to take the viewer round an area as opposed to just a series of houses.
Then turning to page 36. Well, it's really this section on the National Design Code and the National Design Guide, I should say. I just wonder why this particular section had picked out those particular parts of the National Design Guide as opposed to the other parts of it. Context, identity and built form, those particular three, why it focuses on those as opposed to the others?
We'd probably covered quite a lot of the initial principles as we've gone through the proof, and for that matter the design and access statement. You'll see 2.21, obviously we've organised on the basis of all the 10 principles or characteristics. I think character, we've reaffirmed there, is absolutely crucial. Community, yes, but also climate and arguably nature could probably also be in there. We've managed to create a number of really attractive spaces, both for nature and for play, etc., as part of the project too. So we could have said more, but it's a proof, so you're trying to keep it as on point as you can.
And then just to finish, I've got a couple of questions on the council's reason for refusal. Have you got a copy of the decision notice to hand?
I've referenced, I've got the reason for refusal in here.
Do you mind if it's...
That's fine, yeah, it's fine, yeah. Obviously, the second reason for refusal, which essentially focuses on the matters which you've given evidence on. But a lot about density and design and visual impact as well. Obviously, one term which is used in that reason for refusal is layout as well. And I wondered whether you have any comments about that.
Well, I think a layout responds to the site, responds to the streets and the street patterns. The layout was trying to have a loop with it's got a key access from Hither Green Lane. It then comes into the site. There's a number of areas that you want to retain because of trees, etc. You've also got a loop to create, which I frankly, when I first looked at the layout, I thought I would have, and when I went on site, I thought I would have done the layout in exactly the same way, if that's the key point. And so the layout is also a product of the density, and the density is also a product of things like affordable homes. I touched on in my proof the fact that when you deliver a certain number of affordable homes, you don't want them to sit in isolation. You've got to try and pepper pot them across the site, and I think the committee paper also touches on that. Not the reasons for refusal, but the committee paper itself touched on that approach being the right approach. You never position larger 4-bed properties necessarily next to, well, you try not to position directly next to affordable homes. It tends to feather out with maybe some semi-detached or smaller properties. And that also drives the density and it drives the layout. And so for me, I've always looked at the site and thought that the layout and the approach to the streets, etc., was the sensible way to organise the site.
And lastly, the reason for refusal also uses the term urban development on the second line there. Yeah. And I wondered whether you considered it as such.
No.
Can you explain why, please?
Well, yeah, because we work across the UK. I've just completed a scheme. It's under construction in Manchester, in Salford, I should say. Strike me down. At 56 DPH, 2-storey. Okay, so, that's terraces, Semi-detached, there are, sorry, forgive me, there are a couple of apartment blocks, but they are by far in the minor case. And you know, this for me is not an urban scheme. And if you look at the richness, it's 3.4 hectares of open space, usable, accessible open space. That is not the kind of balance of development area versus open space, and it's not the density that I would associate with an urban scheme.
Thank you. That completes my questions. Mr. Banner, do you wish to re-examine the witness?
Microphone round. Mr. Tucker, just on the NDSS, are the NDSS definitive of what in the real world the quality of amenity and the quality of its development would be?
They tend to be. It tends to be focused, as the name suggests, absolutely on space standards relative to the properties, the room sizes, etc., etc. So, in the scheme of things, I would say they're one consideration in terms of the quality of a.
What are the other considerations, and why do you in the round consider that, as you said to the inspector, in real terms, the development will be more than acceptable?
Yeah. Quality of open space, quality of views, quality of design, quality of accessibility, sustainability, outlook, access to facilities. All of these are key aspects of quality of life. And NDS it's part of the discussion. It's non-mandatory. It tends to be quite focused on the physical building.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now adjourn for lunch. Time has just gone past 1 o'clock, so I'm actually going to adjourn until 2:15.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.